That's what they say in England.
Hello?
Or-
Hi, Bessie, it's Marilyn. Are you ready?
Well,
Are you there?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello Bessie, and our red light just came on. So, welcome folks this evening to our city council meeting. I'll call the meeting to order, and would you like to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mary, a roll call.
Olson. Collins.
Here.
Johnson.
Here?
Kellum.
Here.
Kopsinski.
Here.
Coburn.
Here.
And I believe Olson is unexcused unless he's phoned in that he was not going to make it. So, okay, so before we have our order of business, I wanted to kind of mention a couple things. And first is probably this would be the last meeting a person will be attending, and is Peggy Burris from our Albany Downtown Association. So Peggy's been on with the Downtown Association for, going on a year and a half, and she's going to be leaving the association. And Peggy, I just want to say, you've been great to work with. I think all of the downtown folks have really appreciated working with you. I know on behalf of the city council and the city, we have really enjoyed working with you. And it is a big loss for our community and our downtown for you to be leaving. But we wanted your best wishes for your new job. And we fully understand the circumstances, but we want to wish you good luck. But we want to thank you for your service. So,
Thank
okay.
you, and I
Yeah.
appreciate all of your support too. So it's sad to be leaving, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We're being abandoned.
Yeah. And with
Again.
that, I would like to have Counselor Collins move down towards the podium.
Talk about abandoning.
Shot or not shot?
It'd be nice if you weren't so happy about it.
Okay, so Counselor Collins, I have known you for almost 20 years now, and he was first Public Works Director and started in 1998, wasn't it? And he was on Planning Commission for Albany before. He's been in public service for darn near 40 years.
April 1st, 1968.
He has been the city councilor now for Ward 1, and he has done an exceptional job. I have really relied on Floyd on a lot of things. He's really kicked in on a lot of the other outside agency meetings. By having that public works background and really knowing city government has been such an asset to the city. Mostly when it came to our, joint venture with Millersburg for our wastewater treatment plant and our water treatment plant. That was the first big contentious issue he had to deal with. And also with Talking Water Gardens. But Floyd will think outside the box and he will come up with solutions. And he's been just wonderful to work with. So he's fully retiring. We tried all we could to keep him here and not retire. But he's just got a lot of grandkids now and wants to be able to spend some time with the grandkids. We don't blame him, but you are going to be great with this. So I'm thrilled. So with that, we have this wonderful plaque done. And grab one of your cards, and if you notice, did you notice your nameplate was missing?
I didn't.
That is a paper one. And we gave you the key to the city. And it says, oh goodness, I need my glasses here. Let's see. Our sincere gratitude for the guidance and outstanding leadership you provided to the city of Albany as Public Works Director and City Councilor for Ward 1. Lloyd Collins, City Councilor, Ward 1, February 11, 2008 through December 31st, 2016. There it is. All right.
Comment.
Few words.
Yeah.
Over my way, yeah.
When I retired from being on staff for two cities, I had a comment, it was probably only a couple of handful of days, and at that point, 35 years, that I didn't have fun in my job. Not all day, but somewhere in the day, I had fun. Same probably true for council and serving the community. We don't always agree on stuff. Sharon and I don't always agree. Our first major run-in was water SPCs.
Oh, yes,
And
there's that.
the water task force was out there. But as a counselor, one of the things we have to look at is, just look beyond our own personal preferences. And we have to look at, where's this community going to be in 20 and 30 years from now? And kind of the guiding mark I use is, project your mind out 30 years, turn around and look backwards, and say, are you proud of what you've done? And you're going to make some decisions that are good and some that are bad. The only question is, how do you correct the bad ones? So I would encourage all the counselors to try to use those as yardsticks. And I know Mike Sykes will do a good job. He's got a lot to learn, but he's got the interest of this community at heart. So I'm not going away. I'll be out here. I just won't have a microphone.
But thinking back 30 years, and all of us that have been around, our community looks so much nicer today than it did 30 years ago. So we've come a long way. There's been a lot of projects completed, and look at the upcoming projects, the carousel, police and fire. So lots of accomplishments.
A lot of accomplishments in those years I've been here, reinvesting in our community. You know, we weren't reinvesting in any of the infrastructure in our area. And you can't have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capital investment and not be thinking about how do you replace it, how do you update it. So, you know, we got that process started. Sharon instituted some intergovernmental things that we've done. Generally quit fighting with Lynn County over the road system. We have that Lynn County road agreement.
Yeah.
We're not fighting over Knox County anymore. We're not fighting with Lebanon anymore. We're not fighting with Lewisburg anymore. So we're trying to find out what's good for the entire region. I thank the community for the support they gave me, the support they gave me through the letters and telephone calls too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we can just stop fighting with ourselves, we'll be doing pretty good.
There you go.
Floyd. Okay, any counselors wanted to say anything? Sorry, we don't have a full council here this evening, but
Just a question. You mentioned several of the things that have happened over the years. If you had to put your finger on, what would you say would be your, that you perceive as your greatest success?
I think Delaport probably put his finger on it, and that is trying to hire staff and train them up in a way that they're going to carry on in the future. Issues come and go. Attitudes and dedication to public service are different. And if you're not continually working on that culture and training people up, you're going to drive off the end of the cliff later. And I think in the 40-some years I've been involved in public works, that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, is the people that are going to carry on doing things after I'm off council, and even people who've been carried on at the staff level since I left staff.
thank you. Thank you so much, Floyd. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, though, we've got a lot of major facilities. If you look at our treatment plants, talking water gardens, our new facilities coming on, police and fire, you've had your hands on all of that. I mean, that's a great legacy that you're leaving, so, yeah, thank you. Okay, next is proclamation, and this one is Homeless Persons Memorial Day. This is for December 21st, 2016. Whereas every member of society, including individuals experiencing homelessness, deserves the dignity of safe, decent, accessible, and affordable housing. And whereas winter poses extreme hardship for inadequately housed low-income men, women, and children in Albany. And whereas in this season of generosity and sharing, citizens of Albany are encouraged to commit themselves to promoting compassion and concern for all people, especially those who are poor and homeless. And whereas, in remembering those who have died without homes, the causing of ending homelessness remains urgent to prevent such deaths in the future. And whereas the shortest day of the year has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Health Care for the Homeless Council, and is recognized by cities nationwide. Now therefore, I, Sharon Canopa, Mayor of the City of Albany, Oregon, do hereby proclaim December 21st, 2016 as Homeless Persons Memorial Day in Albany, Oregon, in recognition of the people who have died on our streets, in our emergency shelters, and in condemned or abandoned properties from ailments or conditions directly related to homelessness. I hereby ask all citizens to take a moment of silence in remembering those who have died homeless and encourage our citizens to support local efforts to eliminate homelessness here. And witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Albany to be affixed the 7th day of December 2016. And as stated, this will be an event that is on the 21st, which is in 2 weeks, and we have it here. It's 5:30, Marilyn? It's right here at the City Hall Plaza, so anyone's welcome to come, and we will be reading the names of the homeless folks that we have lost in our community this past year. I do know there was one gentleman we did lose that used to be at Camp Boondoggle when we helped those folks to be able to get into jobs and housing. And also, there was another one that we lost this year that used to be a frequent panhandler. And after a while, when a person keeps receiving funds and continuing their lifestyle, it takes a toll on themselves, and he will be another one that we will be recognizing. So with that, I hope everybody can attend. It is a very nice event for just getting out there and on that shortest day of the year and recognizing some folks that have been less fortunate in our community. So, okay, that's it for the proclamation. So next scheduled business would be communication, and this is going to be Holly and Matt. You're going to be doing a presentation on some new web pages.
Counselors, this is a recap of the information we presented to you at the October 24th City Council work session. About a year and a half ago, the City Manager's Office began working on a project to review all of the City Council's policies. Some were long forgotten policies. That was extreme. We did this. Matt helped me develop a website, which we used to make that information readily available to staff and to our residents. And in doing that, we had an opportunity to work with the departments, reviewed all of the information along with their staff to make sure that everything that was put out there was current and applicable. This does look a bit different on this page than people would find if they were to log in on their home computers. And that is so that you can see it on the page. The colors are a bit off, but other than that, the content should all be there. You can find this under the City Council tab from the home page, going to City Council Policies. We recognize that the way that staff might choose to categorize these policies is not necessarily the same as how residents would search. So we've tried to gear this heavily toward residents and what would make sense to our community members. We've categorized them by admin, miscellaneous, boards, commissions. There's 9 different categories here. Probably the one that receives the most traffic so far since we did our soft launch a few months ago is fee schedules. Just for example, I'll show you. If you go into an individual category, This one does actually have subcategories. They're sorted by department. That will hopefully make it easier for people to find what they're looking for. You'll see under community development, we have building division fees, development permits. If you were to click on this policy link, it does open that specific policy. The policy title will be listed for each item, but we've made it so that everything is a link to the actual document, which we think is probably more important than just summarizing the information. This prevents residents from necessarily having to know what the resolution number is they're looking for. They can search by content, which means a lot more to your average citizen. So, this is the current policy. They can scroll through it, see the effective date, see the exhibits associated with it. But if they scroll down, they can actually see all of the history associated with this policy. And these are linked as well. They can open old policy documents. It's been reported to me by the city clerk that we've actually eliminated a handful of public records requests so far by having this information available on the website, which saves our citizens time and money, which is always a good goal. If for some reason a policy has recently been adopted, there may be a situation where a resident might click on this link and this document is not yet available, just there's some processing time. If that were the case, this public records request document would open. And we have made this fillable so that they can fill the information out directly on the website. Click submit. It will generate as an attachment to an email that will go directly to the city clerk. So that in that brief, maybe 2-week span where we haven't got the document on the website yet, we can get it for them as soon as possible. And one of the things that it's important to note that these are policies that are not otherwise outlined in the municipal code, the charter, development code, state law. These are city council directives that have been received by resolution or possibly a motion during a council meeting. And we felt it was important that that information be available to the public and be readily accessible. On each individual page, it shows a little different. Again, I apologize with the colors here, but this appears as a blue box on a white page so that it draws attention. We do have that to stand out so that hopefully people can be pointed in the right direction if they're not finding what they need. If we go to admin and miscellaneous, for example, they might find that something is like council minutes. Again, we've done everything we can to make sure that every document is accessible to avoid the amount of time people have to spend searching through public records requests. One thing I will highlight here, up at the top, we've made it so that all of these policies are integrated within the entire website. If people are searching, for instance, for water rates, they can enter that right on the home page. Go to water rates, and the full schedule, the current schedule, and the full history are available. It shows on the website this way, and certainly someone could choose to just print this page if they wanted the history printed. But Matt has set up this one. Of course, it looks completely different on this computer. He has set this up for us so that this will print in a nice, easily readable format. I apologize, it doesn't show that way here, but it is there, and it's a really nice feature he's set up for us. I will say, one of the things that we've been really excited about is the amount of positive feedback we've received on this so far, considering we haven't really pushed it out. We've done a soft launch. There was an article, I believe there was an article in City Bridges, and we've had quite a number of hits on the day of the City Bridges edition. We saw a definite jump we hope that people find that this is a useful tool and they can go here first instead of having to go through the public records request process. One of the things Matt could probably highlight better, he's the more technical side, is we found some ways to link other pages on our website to this information, which in the long run will save staff time. And and it will reduce the possibility of having outdated information on the website.
Yeah. Along those lines, we have been posting documents in certain locations on various pages that relate to some of the information that's now included in this council policies web database. It certainly was kind of your brainchild. I just did the technical stuff. From that aspect, it was, a pretty basic database and web front end. But when Holly told me that, at least from the staff perspective, this would eliminate, these binders that are this thick, I was all for it, because I'm anti-binder. But the added benefit is that in the interest of transparency, that it is a useful function for citizens. Maybe a little in-depth for, your average citizen, but if you're truly passionate about a specific issue, you're now able to go on there by yourself and find some context to these ordinances and resolutions that sometimes have incredibly long names and are confusing on the surface. So, I think that's, I'm really liking the 1980s version of our website. But anyway.
Well, and I will just say, I started in city manager's office in June of 2015, and it was clear right away that one of our primary directives, beginning to work with council and working under Wes, is the goal of transparency. That's a real priority for the council, and we recognize that, and this is just one more step in the right direction. So we're pretty proud of it. We hope that people find it to be useful.
Yeah, I had already kind of noticed it on it, but I do like the more vibrant colors too. It's
That's more of a laptop setting than
Oh,
a
it
permanent
is?
feature.
I like
It will
that.
not
Oh,
look
yeah.
like this
Need to
on
get
your
that
Maybe
on
on
my
April
computer.
Fool's Day, I'll change the website.
Yeah, I can see that real well, but yeah. Well, that's a really great job, Matt, and Holly too, for really taking this on as, seeing that this was going to make things flow a lot better for the city, so really appreciate your leadership on it.
It was a lengthy project, and certainly it would not have been possible without the director's support and their direct reports, their staff that helped wade through the thousands of pages of documents.
Wow.
So, and prior to that, many, many years of support from Diana Eilers, that was in this position before me, and Laura Hyde. It's definitely been an ongoing effort. We're
Yeah.
happy to have it somewhat of a close.
Oh, wonderful. No, thank you so much. And thanks to Laura. I see her in the back of the room, too. Yep, thank you, thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions? Over? So,
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, next, folks, is we have, I got a script here to have to read, so we have a quasi-judicial public hearing. And so on tonight's agenda is a quasi-judicial public hearing regarding text amendments to the Albany Development Code as described in Planning File DC 0216. The applicant is the City of Albany Community Development Department, Planning Division. So I call to order this quasi-judicial public hearing at 7:38 p.m. If you wish to testify, please sign in at the table next to the city clerk. And then, do any council members wish to declare a conflict of interest?
Mayor, I do not have a conflict of interest, but I have had contact. I've gone to the site and looked at the place, and I have had contact with a couple of constituents.
Okay. That was the next question, was ex parte and site visit, so, okay, anybody else have ex parte or site visit? So, Yeah, Floyd?
In my past life as director, I've dealt with property owners in the area. I've not had any contact for several years.
Yep, and I know the property owners also, but I have not had any discussion. I didn't even know this was actually in front of us till I read the agenda last night, so I've had no conversations, but, all right. Okay, and let's see, do any members wish to abstain from participating in the proceedings? Is this two different?
Pass them on down to, we all get a copy?
Did Bessie say something?
Yeah.
Did she say no?
She said
Okay. And, all right, and does anyone wish to challenge the participation of any council member in this hearing and decision? Okay. For those wishing to testify, please be aware that you must raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and parties an opportunity to respond to the issue if you later want to raise that issue on appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals, LUBA. Testimony and evidence must be directed towards approval standards staff will describe or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or development code which you believe to apply to the decision. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the city council may allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow the parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. At this time, I'll call for the staff report. Melissa?
Thank you. I think we have a couple of introductory remarks first.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start tonight. We're actually going to, Melissa will do all the actual staff report. Bob and I are just going to touch on a couple of items. My part's probably going to be the smallest here. I just wanted to summarize why we're here tonight, and that is the Council and the Planning Commission both have goals of maintaining lists of development code issues, code requirements that should be considered for modification or that they don't think might not be working as well as we might like. And so we're supposed to maintain that list and then review it, ideally on an annual basis, and then consider modifications. And so it had been a few years since we had actually went through the evaluation process, and so we had cleaned up our list, and we brought that back to a joint planning and council meeting in July of this year, and talked about what we might be thinking about as far as short, midterm, and long-range issues to consider for further discussion and potential modification in the development code. And so what you have in front of you tonight is that first list of short-term items that we discussed taking forward for further consideration. We are having two separate public hearings tonight, and the purpose of that is, it was a suggestion that Melissa had. The first item tonight is in regards to, and the item that is of the subject of this particular public hearing is where we would be considering allowing RV parks through a conditional use application and review process. And in recognition that process was going to potentially have more discussion, both pro and con, we thought that it was beneficial to separate that particular item from all of the other items that were more, I guess, process and clarification related. For this particular item, this first one, as I said, is in regards to where RV parks are allowed, and it's driven by, the discussion is being driven by a request from a property owner. We were already in the process of planning to take a package of code amendments forward, and so we thought it made sense to put this item, take this item forward at the same time in order to facilitate discussion and consideration by the various property owners in the area. So it's not a council-driven or a planning commission-driven item. It's really driven by interests of property owners in the area. And so you'll hear from various property owners in the area tonight through the public testimony. So with that, I'll let Bob take over from there.
Okay, thank you. I had a few things to add. First, I'm going to give a short overview about the proposal and proposal boundary.
Can you pull your mic closer?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
And that's going to be, if you refer to the maps that I just handed out, and Melissa will get into this as well in her presentation. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing tonight in terms of amending the development code as opposed to dealing with an actual development proposal. And as I talk about that, I'll summarize some of the testimony that's been received, and then I'll turn it over to Melissa for a more detailed review of the staff report. So this first hearing tonight is considering a proposal to amend the development code to allow recreational vehicle parks to be considered through a conditional use review in residential medium density zones. That's the RM zone, which is in an area located east of Century Drive, north of Knox Butte Road, west of Clover Ridge Road, and south of Dunlap Avenue. So if you look at the maps in front of you and up there, it's similar to what's on the screen, there's a map that says staff original boundary. And this is a boundary that staff proposed to the Planning Commission to consider this issue of whether or not to allow RV parks to expand in this area that I just mentioned. This boundary was identified by staff because it was based on existing streets, as opposed to parcel lines or zoning designations that might change in the future. So it was a sort of an easy, clean way to identify a specific area. Even though the area within this boundary includes zones that are not RM, it includes our regional commercial zone and neighborhood commercial zone, the RV parks, if the council were to decide to allow them to expand or new ones to be added in this area, would only apply to the RM zone. The Planning Commission recommended that the west boundary line, so as staff shows it here on Century Drive, the Planning Commission, after hearing testimony from the public, recommended that the council move that boundary line to Expo Parkway. Staff has some concerns with this recommendation, but which I'll share with you, and it'll of course be up to you for your final decision. And those concerns are that as Expo Parkway extends to the north in the future, it would cross at least two different parcels. And if an RV park were to expand north to the Knox Butte RV Park, that's their property that's outside of the city right now. That's on the screen, it's the white area. It would create a situation where there would be a parcel with a street going through it, and you would have an RV park on one side, but not permitted on the other side of the street, even though it was one parcel under one ownership in the same zone. So that was one consideration. And secondly, the primary rationale for staff supporting the idea of allowing new or expanded RV parks in this particular area is related, or is because of its close proximity to the Expo Center. And based only on this reason, if it makes sense to allow RV parks in this area, it would seem that it would make as much sense to allow an RV park on the east side of Expo Way as the west side of Expo Parkway, because they're both about the same distance from the Expo Center. So that's what staff kind of been thinking about in response to the Planning Commission's recommendation to you to move the boundary to Expo Parkway. And so what the Planning Commission is recommending is that RV parks would be okay to expand or develop in that area, but not on the west side. So a few more points I want to make just as introduction before turning it over to Melissa. I want to remind the council and the public that the proposal before you now is to amend the development code. It's not a request to develop a specific piece of property. However, you'll likely hear testimony regarding specific properties that might be impacted if existing or contemplated future RV parks were to be developed. The point about that is that in the future, if there were to be a new or expanded RV park, that development would need to be considered through a conditional use process, where impacts, compatibility impacts would be taken into account through a public hearing process. Finally, I want to very briefly summarize some of the testimony that was received. This is only a summary, and I encourage you to read the full text of the public testimony, which is in your staff report packets. So 5 points. One person stated that any expansion of RV parks in the area other than to the north of the Knox Butte RV Park would not be compatible with the neighborhood. A second person said that new or expanded RV parks could create compatibility and transportation issues. Moving the boundary to Expo Parkway would create a buffer between potential RV parks and the regional commercial zone to the west. So there's a concern about how RV parks might impact the regional commercial area. A third person stated that RV parks create potential sight and noise impacts, and that the code should include provisions that ensure fences better prevent such impacts. So having fences that would be fully sight obscuring and maybe buffer some noise. Another point made in public testimony was that the staff rationale that RV parks in this area would support the Expo Center is misguided because RV parks are often filled with permanent residents and there wouldn't be many temporary spaces for visitors. So that the staff idea that this would support the Expo Center may not be the right basis for making a decision. And finally, there are existing traffic problems that would be impacted by new or expanded RV parks, which would negatively affect the livability of the neighborhood. So that's what I wanted to to put out there as a broad introduction to this particular hearing. And Melissa will go through some of the specifics of the language and add in any other details. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposal that we have for this public hearing is technically it's a quasi-judicial decision for a text amendment to the development code, and the criteria for this decision is under the Albany Development Code 2.290, criteria 1 and 2. In terms of noticing, we noticed, as required by our code and state law, the Department of Land Conservation and Development on September 12th. We notified agencies for comment and solicited that, mailed notice to the area within and within 300 feet of the boundary on September 28th to all the property owners. The Planning Commission had a public hearing on this. They did recommend approval with modification of that boundary definition. And so tonight, before the City Council, we would have the final decision. So the current code, to be clear, does allow RV parks to be considered in the RM zone, but only within 750 feet of the I-5 right-of-way. So you can, so here's the edge of the I-5 right-of-way here. And so you can consider them basically that 750 feet that's around here in that RM zone. In this RC zone, they're not allowed. So we do have the existing.
Excuse me just a minute, so I'm a little confused. Can you show us where the 750 feet, where the east end of that is?
It's approximately here. It's, where you can see the arrow.
Oh, okay, I get it. I was looking for a vertical line, but the right-of-way for the freeway.
Yeah, the right-of-way is English, so it's
angled.
kind of at
Gotcha,
an
okay.
angle.
Thanks for that clarification.
So that's what the current code allows. And what this proposal is to allow them, the RV parks, to be considered in the RM zone through a conditional use permit process, which is public hearing decision by the Planning Commission, but that it could be considered within an area that's near the Expo Park, and that area is defined by these existing roads: Clover Ridge Road, Knox Butte Road, Century Drive, and Dunlap. So this shaded RM zone could possibly be considered for an application if that was approved. And there has been a couple of variances to allow expansion of the RV park in the past. And so the way the variance criteria is at this time, we didn't feel that it could meet that criteria, but that there was reasons, logical reasons given the proximity to the Expo Park, Expo Center, to consider RV parks in this specific area. Now, the Planning Commission did recommend approval, but as Bob Richardson explained, they recommended an adjustment to where it could be considered with this western boundary be this alignment of Expo Parkway. So the first criteria is that the proposed amendment better achieve the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan than the existing regulatory language. So the two goals would be Goal 1, citizen involvement, and that goal was met through this public process that started with notification, public hearings at the Planning Commission and the City Council, and then also economic development to allow this to be considered given the proximity to the Expo Center. And the other criteria is that the amendments are consistent with the Development Code policies on purpose and with the purpose statement of the base zone, special purpose district, or development regulation where the amendment is proposed. So, the existing code, the RM district, is primarily intended for medium-density residential urban development. And currently, the RV park, as I mentioned, could be considered through conditional use when it's located within proximity to the I-5 right-of-way. But the proposed amendment would allow short-term stay options at RV parks for attendees of the events at the Expo Center, as well as RV owners. And potential negative impacts from RV parks could be mitigated because it could only be considered through a conditional use review process.
Melissa, is short-term defined?
No, it's not defined. And technically, actually, RV parks, we are not allowed to limit the length of stay. The state law had been changed a few years back to remove a limitation on a length of stay. Our code, one of the other code amendments that we have, is to be consistent with state law, is to remove the limitation of no longer than 6 months at an RV park. So technically, that's something we have to abide by, that, you can stay long-term. That was one of the comments that had been received by the public.
We do also charge TLT to RV parks, but only if they're less than 30 days. Then they pay the transit lodging tax. If they stay longer, then they don't pay on that. Yeah, Rich?
The distance before was 750 from I-5.
I-5 right away.
Is there now also a distance from the expo, or, because it appears to be a lot more than 750 feet?
Yeah, what we try to do, instead of give it, a distance measurement from the expo, that we define that area with the boundary. By that area, it's immediately north of the expo, defined by these streets. Is that?
That tells me, thank you.
Okay. In summary, staff found that the criteria had been met, recommend approval of the text amendment, and the options are to approve or modify or deny the proposal. So unless you have any questions, we'd move to the public hearing.
Any more questions? The only thing I had, Melissa, was on page 13 in our packet. This was the minutes to the Planning Commission minutes. I noticed that there was 2 questions that commission members had, and I was wondering to know if they had those decisions before they made their decision, motion to approve the application. One was in the very middle of the page, it said procedural questions, and the second sentence, or the first was, Rouse asked Blaine if Expo Parkway was supposed to go all the way to Dunlap. And then it said it would come back, they would go back and look at the transportation system plan. So did the planning commission get their decision? Because actually Expo Parkway, I think, does connect over to Dunlap with the I-5 study that was done.
Oh.
So were they known of
Designed
that?
to.
They had actually not
Yeah.
requested us to bring it back. I didn't know the answer. I said I would have to go back and look at it in order to answer the question, and I would do that, but they didn't indicate they wanted us to bring that information back, because I didn't think they thought that it warranted continuing the public hearing.
Okay. Also then, down under discussion and decision, then there was another question on that. If Century Drive would be closed, and then, Melissa, you had stated that sections would be closed, specifics would be provided later. So did they receive that information, planning commission?
Not at the hearing.
Not at the hearing then, okay. Because, yeah, in that I-5 study, council, it does show that Century Drive will be blocked off from that, whenever they do the improvements to I-5.
If you would like a further clarification on future road alignments, Ron Irish, our transportation analyst, is here tonight.
Okay. And also, so we have the lot that is straight through from Timber Street. And so is that still is in the plan to connect it up to Dunlap?
Yes.
Both, I'll talk, and then if I mess something up, Ron will get up and correct me.
Okay.
My understanding is that the transportation plan shows both Expo Parkway and Timber Street extending north, and that Expo Parkway would be a major collector? Yes, okay, and Timber would be the minor collector. Excellent. But what's not shown in the transportation plan is any other east-west connections between Expo and Timber Street before you get up to Dunlap, and those would be local streets in between there.
Okay.
You okay? Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Okay, any other questions?
Given the planning commission's recommendation to apply to the RM zone to the east of Expo Parkway, with the two residual portions of the white element that's in the county and the RM zone just south of Dunlap, does that leave a sufficient area for viable building sites for RM property?
Within here.
No, west end there, the two that Bob was referring to, up there by the black arrow,
Yeah.
right there. If we went with the planning commission's recommendation, those two the RV park would not be on those two remnants. They would still be RM zone.
Right.
Does that RM zoning have sufficient land area to construct
Something else.
It's
multifamily?
like
Yeah, I
100
think it would
feet.
probably be, you probably could get, it's hard for me to say, but you could probably get more than one unit. You could probably get a couple units in there. I looked at the site yesterday, and it was kind of hard to imagine how much that we've taken up with right-of-way, but it would certainly reduce the potential there compared if it was that larger parcel.
It's over 100 feet. Over 100 feet both ways, so there'd be at least two, maybe three,
Yeah.
depending on how it was put together.
And my only concern is that if we would follow their recommendation,
Right.
that would not leave a parcel as an orphan.
Right.
I think it would be developable. I mean, I think, if the street goes through anyway, you're going to end up with that situation regardless of.
Unless you move the street.
of the use. I'm sorry.
Unless you move the street. I mean, where you're going through nothing. I mean, if it aligns a little further to the east, it aligns a little further to the east.
To Floyd's question, it looks like there's already something on the white hashed area.
It's a single-family home, yeah.
There's a single-family home, and there's an outbuilding that's used for, my understanding is used for maintenance and operation of the RV park.
So that is currently in the county?
Yes.
So upon annexation, it becomes what zone?
RM.
It would likely yet become RM zone. That would,
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right. Thank you, Melissa and Bob. So we will now be taking public testimony. As I recognize you, please come to the podium, state your full name and address, spell your last name, and make any comments you may have for the council's consideration. If anyone wishes to enter an exhibit into the record as part of your testimony, please briefly describe it and then present it to the city clerk. So with that is public testimony. I have 4 people that have signed up to testify on this hearing. I think 2 of them, I believe, probably that since they're in Lebanon and Staten, I don't know if they signed up on the correct form, and that was the Amons.
Yep.
So were you testifying on this RV park?
No.
Okay. Are you wanting to,
The other form, my bad.
which one?
Regarding the recreational marijuana.
Okay. So for the folks' information on, I think there's been an amended ordinance. We're not going to be taking up marijuana issue until the very end of the agenda this evening. But before that is executive session. And with executive session, we'll have to have everybody step outside of the room while we go into an executive session, but they're welcome to come back in after our executive session.
We can still do something under business from the public.
Business from the public, since we've had an agenda and have had a lot of testimony we've received for 2 years on marijuana, that I would move business from the public down to before our executive session then on that. Just for consideration, we've had staff, unless somebody had an item that was not pertaining to the marijuana issue. But we've had lots of testimony. We've had a lot of people having to always sit aside and staff and list, as there's testimony over the marijuana where we need to really be able to get some other business done. So, okay, thank you for understanding. So with that signed up then would be James Brooks. So James, you've known you've done this, so just state your name and address, so thank you.
James Brooks, Brooks, 3749 Dunlap Avenue Northeast, Albany 97322. So I don't really want to read through this verbatim. I don't want to take up too much time. I've supplied this, I believe all this information, or most of this information is already in the packet. I've been dealing, based on my property location, for nearly 15 years with concerns with the existing RV park. I've testified multiple times at various committee meetings, community meetings, on record multiple times. Having an issue, basically it boils down to perimeter fencing and barriers. As was already stated, unless I'm incorrect, there's only 2 RV parks in Albany. The one that's somewhat the subject here tonight, and the other one being the Blue Ox. Both of those are used far more for permanent housing than they are for what most of us think of as far as a recreational vehicle, short-term stay. They're also both, at most times, at nearly full occupancy. Given that, they generate, with people living there full-time, they generate far more traffic, far more trips per day. There's more noise, there's more light, there's more of everything, really, because these aren't places that they're only partially occupied or have people making limited trips. You have people that are working, multiple people in an RV working multiple shifts. So there's a pretty significant impact to the folks that happen to live around that. The Blue Ox RV Park is surrounded by a city park and commercial properties. The Knox View RV Park is entirely different. There are some single-family residences on the south side of the RV park. One that's actually owned by the city. There's an apartment complex to the east of the RV park, single family to the west, and single family to the north. My property is to the north. Personally, I'm a person who believes in property rights, and you ought to be able to do what you can do with your property within the bounds of the law. However, you really should take into consideration impacts with adjoining properties, and that hasn't been addressed this whole process. So personally, I'm not necessarily opposed to the amendment, with the exception that I would like to have something, basically an amendment to the amendment, I suppose. There needs to be something clearly defined in our city code regarding perimeter fencing and barriers for RV parks. To my understanding, it's not there now. I've given pictures, you guys had those in your packet, of what's there now. It's not side obscuring fence. It's not side obscuring by any means. I did a quick search on the internet. I could go on forever and ever and ever with all the other municipalities that do have very clearly spelled out definitions for perimeter fencing. I included some of those that have pretty clear language that speak to the fencing being 100% site obscuring. It's language that's in other cities' code that clearly addresses compatibility issues with surrounding properties. I really think that while we're here tonight making amendments to city code, this particular RV park was put together in a series of 3 different pieces. There's been 3 different sets of conditions applied to it. Ultimately, in theory, there's going to be a 4th. This problem hasn't been addressed in the first 3 rounds. I doubt that it's going to be addressed in the 4th round, and I'm going to be stuck 15 plus years down the road with the same thing that I've had the whole time. So I personally almost feel that it's irresponsible to move forward in making this amendment without addressing a perimeter fencing concern. Also, given the current economic state of the state of Oregon, as well as Albany and the Mid-Valley itself, frankly, I don't think this is the last time that the city council is going to hear about either an expansion of an existing RV park or potential for another one. Frankly, it is very affordable housing for people. When you have average apartment rentals of $900 to $1,000 in this town, and you can stay in an RV park for $300 or $400 a month, it's pretty enticing. And I understand that, and I think that it's going to be another concern down the road. And not only do I not want this for my property, I don't want this for anyone's property. There needs to be some common sense amendment made to the code regarding the fencing. Like I say, I don't really care how much they expand the RV park or what they do with it, but this really needs to be addressed. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions of James? Okay. And is Bessie still on the line?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you,
Line's
James.
still open anyway.
Okay. All right, next who signed up was Wayne Sheeler.
Hey, Council. I'm Wayne Sheeler. I reside at
I'm
1.
She's here.
Oh, she's here, okay.
I reside
Yeah,
at
sorry.
154 Bel Air Court, Northeast, Albany, Oregon. I'm here in favor of this code amendment and going to pass out a couple documents that I'd like to talk about as I go through. So the RV park, which is Knoxville RV Park, was developed 97, 98. We've went through 3 variances, phases, to get the park to what it is today. We've had this in our family since then and continues to be a family-run business. So over 20 years of providing services here to the city of Albany. We come into the summer months, continually turn away 30 to 40 guests every week because of the lack of places for RVs to park here in the city of Albany. And so we send them to Eugene, or we send them to Salem, which obviously is not good for the city of Albany. One reason why we think this expansion would be a good thing for the city. So what I provided you was a document showing a continual use permit that June of last year, the Planning Commission had approved, and we addressed some park layout, repairing corridor, fencing issues, and then that letter is saying that all those issues were completed to the city standards that were requested of us. And then the second document is a picture of a solid fence. That solid fence is what we are proposing along the north of this property, which is currently in the county. If we were to come forward with a conditional use permit, if you guys approve this code amendment to allow us to come forward with a conditional use permit, we would be proposing this type of fencing along that north line, which I think would address any issues of the neighboring properties, because no lights, sound, etc. Could penetrate that. A couple benefits in terms of the city's side of things. Obviously, this is county property right now. We'd be moving this into the city. There'd be city taxes. There'd be SDC fees associated with the development. So there's a positive for the city. Also, like the mayor had mentioned, there's also transit taxes for daily and weekly guests who are staying there as well. We've continued to provide these spaces to everyone from visitors who are going to the Expo Center, to events, to construction workers working on projects up and down I-5, to the projects in Albany, to low-income families that need a place to stay, to people on Social Security and those type of people. So there's a wide gamut of people that stay at the RV park. A couple of concerns have been brought up in regards to the line in which this code amendment would be addressed. The 750 feet goes all the way to one lot west of Expo Parkway. So once again, regional commercial, can't do an RV park. You could still do the RV park even if you don't make this code amendment all the way up to one lot away from Expo Parkway. So just so people are aware of what we're talking about there.
Question? You're talking about off your property to the west, is that correct?
I'm talking about 750 feet from the freeway.
Right.
Going east.
Right.
It goes all the way till one, I don't have a pointer, but till one property lot. So there's one lot to the west of Expo Parkway.
Right,
The
so
road.
none of your current park is within 750 feet.
That's correct. So we've
Thank
had
you.
variances to allow the park.
I understand.
3 different times throughout since '98. That's more to address this line and that not being adjusted, really all it is affecting is one lot, is what I'm trying to get at. Because you could still put an RV park in the other lots up onto the regional commercial because it's within that 750 feet area. I'm not sure if everybody understands what I'm trying to say there.
I understood.
That's really all I have to say in regards to the technical side of things. We've owned this lot to the north here for many years. This is something that we've looked at always doing in terms of if the need was there. We've seen over the years that the need is definitely there because there continues to be a presence of people needing a place to stay. And the owner actually lives on site, and so, like I said, it's a family-run park in which we try to maintain a clean place and a respectable place for people to live, and then also to visit the Expo Center as well as the City of Albany. So I thank you for your consideration of this code amendment to what would potentially allow us to apply for a conditional use permit in the future to expand this. Thank you. Any questions?
I have one more question.
Yeah, Rich?
This appears to be like metal siding.
Yep.
It's just metal siding, there's not any sound deadening thing other than just the metal siding?
Correct, but...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Floyd?
What's the height of that existing fence?
In the picture, 6 feet or 6.5, 7, depending on what the ground elevation and stuff happens, but 6.5 is what the code.
Okay, and is that fence located on your current northerly boundary or developed boundary?
No, it is currently not. We have, on our current northerly boundary, we do have a 6-foot fence in which there are slats so that there is some visibility through that current, which is on the north property line of our city property, the north boundary of the RV park currently. So this fence that I'm proposing would be on the new north boundary of the city property if we were to be able to develop.
So was a condition when you developed north of the creek for a site obscuring fence or one like this? And
Yeah.
how did you get the one with the slats versus one that was totally stopping the lighting going through?
So the Albany code does require fencing around an RV park of 6 feet, and it does not require it to be totally opaque. So the slats are an okay method.
Okay.
So Wayne, so this is what you're proposing to put in for a fence? then?
That's correct.
I've never seen
Yeah, that's.
metal roofing as a fence before, so.
We have it on another property, that's why I actually took a picture of it.
The only thing, I mean, and, that's something that we can't regulate, or it's got to be in our code written that way. I just worry about this type of fence getting very faded over time, because a metal siding can be get very faded, so, and get dents and stuff in it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody who's ever used this material for fence and over long term would, how does it hold up as a fence?
Sure.
Or a regular wooden board fence, if you lose a board, you can usually replace the board, but, yeah, so it's just different than I've seen before.
And there is an RV park in Millersburg right on the city line that does have that type of fencing around it as well.
Oh, they do, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious to see how long's it been there, any idea?
20, 30 years.
I'll have to go and look at it, see what it looks like today, so, yeah. Okay, any other questions, Wayne? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so that's it, who signed up for testimony. So is there anyone that would like to testify on this land use hearing, or this text amendment hearing, for or against? Okay, all right, not seeing anyone. And does staff have anything they'd like to respond to regarding any of the testimony?
I just,
Melissa?
I was just going to remind council that the type of fence that might be installed on a future application isn't what's in front of us tonight for consideration, but the point that Mr. Brooks raised about reevaluating our code requirements for fencing is something that could be considered.
Okay.
That was the point of my next question to staff is this the appropriate place to address that? If not, where and when?
I'll let Bob come up and correct me when I make a mistake, but I think if we were wanting to do it in association with this code amendment, I think our preference would be to continue the public hearing and bring language back once we've had time to step back and look at the code and make sure that we're integrating components appropriately. The other option is to move forward with this and direct us to start another process going back through the Planning Commission.
Or would it be to include it in the second public hearing as a standard for RV parks?
That could be considered as well. My recommendation would be to, if you were to continue one of the two public hearings, my personal preference would be to continue this public hearing and not the other one.
If the other is a slam dunk.
So if we're wanting to make any changes then over fencing, when it comes to, say RV parks, then continue this public hearing so then we can get those changes incorporated in.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the quickest way. I don't know if there's a procedural issue that we need to think about, though, as any proposal we come through now wouldn't have been before the Planning Commission, and code amendments are supposed to go to the Planning Commission first before the council, so that's something we might want to be careful about.
John?
And I think if we do make changes to RV parks in terms of the fencing standards, it will be applying to all RV parks.
Right, so that would we'd probably, unless Sean says differently, maybe we should do that as a separate amendment, because we would want to provide proper noticing for everybody and then go through the proper process.
Well, if there is already something there, well, for example, in Blue Ox, you go back to, on Goldfish Farm Road, they got a berm that's substantial, that the sound doesn't get through because, well, it's, I don't know, 12 feet tall or 10 feet tall or something like that. I mean, but there is no way to say, well, this isn't the new standard, and when you change the fence, then you need to change the fence to the new standard.
That's correct. Any changes that would be made from this point forward would be applied retroactively to existing RV parks. Yes, that's correct.
My concern might be that if we process this public hearing and the next public hearing, and we tell you to go back and run another amendment through, and you take it back through the land use process, that's going to take another couple of 3 months or more. And the question then, what happens if we have an application come before the city in that interim period? What standards would you then apply?
I think what we would do, depending on the direction of what we hear from council tonight, is we would remember that there was an issue with fencing, and when it came to applying a condition of approval, we would say, site obscuring fencing has to be applied. Okay, what does site obscuring mean? Site obscuring means it's a 6-foot tall wood fence, and that's what you need to do to satisfy that standard. So I think if we were to apply a condition of approval, that would be sort of a temporary way to address this concern.
The other option is to just deny this tonight and ask us to reinitiate this process with incorporation of perimeter fencing, and we'll go back and renotice to a wider group, and we would go back to the Planning Commission and go through that process.
Well, I guess maybe the question for the attorney is, don't we, as council, have the ability to amend the recommendation coming from the Planning Commission?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and
Definitely.
in the process of making that amendment, does it have to be a subject that was discussed before the Planning Commission?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
So if that's true, then we could say, as a function of tonight's hearing, that we would want any boundary fence being site obscuring, define it as we want. So I guess my thought is, I don't think we have to go back for a third process, nor do we have to take the 3 months to get to that process.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But would that have to be, since this is a text amendment, would that have to be in some sort of language?
Well, then
In this.
I would go back to Jeff's point, that if that's what we want, we would just simply continue this hearing till our next council meeting, tell staff to bring us back the language for inclusion in this amendment.
Right.
Okay.
And if the people that are potentially affected by this were going to volunteer to do that anyhow, it just formalizes it, and it puts it to bed within the next 30 days.
You just need a nod of heads, or if,
Well, we need to get to the point of having
Exactly
decisions.
what are we going to ask for, too?
Yeah.
I mean, is it just sight, or is it sight and sound?
So is council, it sounds like,
No slats.
Solid and sound attenuated.
it sounds like you're wanting to continue the public hearing, and then staff would come back at, which you'd rather, which way we would be addressing the fencing on this.
Yeah, and
and bring
from
it
my
back to
thought,
council.
There's a difference, I think Mr. Brooks referenced it, when you're adjacent to the city park or commercial activity, light penetrating is not such a big deal. When you're next to residential, light penetrating is. So it's not just light obscuring, it's light penetrating. So I mean, it'd have to be solid. If you put a 6-foot-high cedar fence, you got your 3/8-inch slats through there, and somebody drives by and you got this
Flash going on.
flash going on all the time. So my preference would be it's sight penetrating issue.
Well, what he's showing he wants to do would take care of light,
But not sound.
would not take care of sound. I mean, my building has the same material on the outside, and you come on the outside of my building, there's that plus plywood plus, R28 and another board on the inside with stuff hanging on it, you still hear it. I mean, it's just, it acts kind of as a bass drum when it's sitting out
So
there.
if that was council's
I don't know, what's
desire,
that
we would
do?
tell staff to bring us back language dealing with both sight and sound. And they would be doing their research and saying, what do other people do for sound protection, for light penetration? Then they would bring that proposed language back to you folks.
Yeah, us folks.
Next month. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, and if this does take very long, I mean, there's probably a pathway that, the two neighbors can talk to each other and, gee, I want to do this, and, and they can come to an agreement beforehand and come back to the city and say, can we go ahead on it? I mean, it's, if they
I
can
found
both
those kind
take
of handshake deals across the fence are not enforceable.
Well, they are if they write them down.
So is the council in agreement then, just to continue the public hearing and have staff bring back the language for sight and sound regarding fencing?
Works for me.
That's fine.
Well, I guess I'm asking a fundamental question of what's the purpose of an RV park in proximity to I-5 and the Expo Center? And I didn't hear anybody talk about the percent of occupancy, long-term versus short-term. And do you really have, 10 spaces reserved for people coming in that's 1, 2-night, 3-night, whatever the issue is at the Expo Center? Or do we approve this not as an RV park, but as an alternative form of housing? And that's, if you got 100% or near 100%, that's what you're doing, is having alternative housing, not an RV park for people going up and down the freeway and for tourism coming through town.
Well, and to that point, given the fact that the reason that we say we can do this is because Expo is sitting there. Now, if there is no, and we can't ask for a qualification that says it's going to be open for so long, for so many people, to be in and out for the Expo, how do we then say that we're going to do it based on the fact that it's close to the Expo?
Right.
I mean, it's,
That may not be a good reason to do anything.
I mean, nothing like having a grenade thrown in the middle of a place, but, that's,
Do we have any restrictions, or are you aware of any cities or counties that do have restrictions on the length of stay in an RV park?
The state law doesn't allow that anymore.
Doesn't allow what?
Restrictions on
Length of stay.
yeah.
Yeah, that we can limit, our code right now says the length of stay is no more than 6 months, but we have to remove that. That's in the next package of code amendments, because the state law doesn't allow restricting the length of stay.
Can we demand TLT for a specific number of spaces, even though they are, whether or not they are overnight?
No. You can't. I mean,
We can ask, but they don't have to pay it.
You can ask for lots of things. but you
I'd like
can't.
$1 million right now, please, please.
So, maybe this is getting kind of far aside, but if I remember right, RV parks are approved by the health department at the state level. Where I'm going is manufactured housing sites, like out on Queen, when we have little single-wide, small housing complexes, that has a set of design standards and housing standards dealing with HUD standard for construction, and that's a form of housing. If we can't control the length of stay in an RV park, what's the standard and what's the RVs? Are they matching what we're using for other alternative types of housing of similar nature?
Yeah, I think if they're RVs, RVs have to be built to a certain standard, but that's it. I don't think there's any other, maybe the Sheelers could answer that, but
Well, I think
I'm
that's
not
an
aware of
issue
it.
maybe for consideration at the state level. RVs are built according to a standard for mobile devices.
Right.
Those little single wides out on Queen, that's an alternative HUD housing. And you have to build to the HUD standard, which deals with energy efficiency, and insulation, and all kinds of other things. If, in fact, we're going to start using RV parks as a substitution for alternative housing, then maybe the state needs to be addressing that
Yeah.
standard. And taking away the option of dealing with it as a length of stay.
Right. And I think the intent of us allowing this code amendment to be considered along with the rest of the code amendments that we'll be discussing was not based on trying to provide more affordable long-term housing.
But that's the effect
It could very well be, yeah.
that this has.
Well, and I think to Floyd's earlier comments, you can see where this is slowly evolving into low-income housing, basically. And I don't think that was the intent. When you go back and, hey, let's build RV parks, and what would they be used for? And the whole thing evolves, and it's years and years and years, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah.
Is there a restriction that RV parks are limited to owner occupied?
Meaning that only a person owning the RV can live in it? I'm not aware that that's a restriction.
As opposed to some person trying to maximize their return, going out and buying a whole bunch of $25,000 RVs and putting them in an RV park. They own them, they turn around and rent them out.
Well, that's addressed in park models, the little places, the little single wides you're talking about. That was one of the issues that came up with Blue Ox before. How do you make it pay when Scott Letman came before us? I guess we're kind of in the weeds here. And I guess we have probably given direction to staff, and we have quite a night ahead of us.
Yeah.
I would recommend that we move on.
Okay. I just want to make sure, Betsy, are you okay with the direction, and that was to continue the public hearing?
She's having a drink.
There's a delay, there's a 10-second delay in
there
what
is.
she hears, yeah.
Or unless she fell asleep?
No, well, I don't think so. I haven't heard snoring, but.
Yes, I am
There
okay
you
with
go.
it, Marilyn.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Bessie. Okay, so with that, we are continuing the public hearing, and then council, I want to remind you that This is a quasi-judicial public hearing, so if there's any sort of, conversations that are taking place regarding this subject, then you will need to disclose that when we do, when we reconvene this hearing.
Just to eliminate the need for us to renotice the hearing, if you could continue it to a time certain, I think that eliminates the need to have to re-advertise.
Yeah.
First meeting in January.
Yeah, that'll be January 11th is your first
Regular
Okay,
session.
all right. And if it isn't enough time for staff, we can then have that agenda item and still continue it again.
That's
So,
correct.
yeah. Okay, all right. Is that, so thank you. And now we have another public hearing, but this is a legislative public hearing.
Yeah.
So on tonight's agenda is a legislative public hearing regarding text amendments to the Albany Development Code as described in Planning File DC 0316. The applicant is the City of Albany Community Development Department, Planning Division. I call to order this legislative public hearing at 8:40 PM. Gosh, we had an hour for the other one. And if you wish to testify, please sign in at the table next to the city clerk. Do any members of the council wish to declare a conflict of interest? Do any members wish to abstain from participating in the proceedings? Okay. For those wishing to testify, please be aware that you must raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and parties an opportunity to respond to the issue if you later want to raise that issue on appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals, LUBA. Testimony and evidence must be directed towards approval standards. Staff will describe or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or development code which you believe to apply to the decision. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the city council may allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow the parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. Okay, at this time, I'll call for the staff report. Melissa.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is also a proposal to amend the Albany Development Code. It is a legislative matter, however, but the criteria is the same under Albany Development Code 2.290, criteria 1 and 2. So the noticing required for this type of a legislative amendment is to DLCD. Notice was sent to them on September 12th. We did also do the agency notice on September 16th. And then direct mail is not required. And so we have a newspaper notice that was published on October 31st before the Planning Commission hearing. And the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed amendments. And so tonight, we'd have the final decision by the City Council. Now, this is a whole variety of code amendments, and they are intended to clarify where it was not clear, provide consistency within the code, make any minor corrections, streamline processes where we could, remove barriers to development and remove redundancy, meet legal requirements, for example, consistent with the state law. And there was also a couple transportation safety-related items related to vision clearance and street design. So, under clarification and consistency, we have changes to the notice area for residential accessory structures. Instead of a 300-foot notice, it's just a 100-foot notice is the proposal. For conditional use review, it was a 200-foot public notice area, but that's inconsistent with like site plan review, which is the 300-foot notice area, so we are proposing to amend that to be consistent as just 300-foot notice area, so they're all the same. We clarify that when you have a conditional use permit or a site plan review, that the development code standards in our code also apply. It was a bit silent, we would always address them, but it didn't clearly spell that out, so we've included that. We clarify application requirements when you're applying for a site plan review and also for property line adjustments. And where it referred to conditional use process, we have two processes. One is a type 2 decision, one is a type 3. Type 2 is a staff decision with potential to have a public hearing. The type 3 is automatically a public hearing. Where it wasn't clear, we clarified that and of which process it was referring to. Where the code was addressing cell towers, antennas, and residential, mixed use, and industrial and commercial zones, we made those sections consistent. Some areas where the text in the special note clarified that, let's say, the antenna was allowed, but in the table, it did not specify that it was allowed. So we just made clear and made consistent those sections across the zoning districts.
Question?
Yes.
Would that have changed any of our recent cell tower placement difficulties?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. The one that it did change was in the HM zone, where it, I think it did not allow, no, it allowed cell towers, but did not allow antennas.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a mistake that was transposed. So we just, the review procedure for building permits in areas for steep slopes. It was silent about that. We just put a clarification that if it's just a building permit, it's a steep slope, it doesn't require a public hearing, it's just a staff review type 1 process. So we just clarified that. Reworded and to clarify the number of bicycle spaces that are required in commercial uses. And also clarified that you can, for landscaping, have financially guarantee landscaping prior to getting a certificate of occupancy.
So this would change our current, where we require them to have a temporary C of O and have a monthly fee for that. They would be able to post a bond and cover all the way out to a C of O.
There's periods of time where the code allowed them to, short answer your questions, yes.
Okay.
So, and as we had discussed before, this is a consistency with state law. We removed the time limit on RVs placed in an RV park to be consistent with Oregon Revised Statutes 197, 493. There's a reference in our development code referencing when you need a building permit and putting up a fence. And it referenced 6 feet high fence, but in fact the building code requires when you do a 7-foot or higher fence. So we changed that to be consistent with the building code requirement. The underlying zoning district standard and also the lot and block standards, they do apply to land divisions. It wasn't clear, so we just clarified these standards are also part of the criteria that need to be met. We would always address them, but the code really was silent about that. Also clarified when a flag lot is allowed and public street is not required. And clarified the definition of development for land in the land division sections. In that definition, in that section for land divisions, it basically tried to include all forms of development, and instead we just simplified it, saying the development includes basically, everything, but does not include this in this situation. Assisted living facilities, we changed that definition so that instead of requiring a person to be living on site, we just clarified and said that a person needs to be present on site at all times instead of living on site for that definition of assisted living facility.
And Melissa, when you did also the kind of exempting assisted living and nursing homes from the private open space.
Yes.
So assisted living is different from nursing home. A lot of times people can live in assisted living for many years.
Mm-hmm.
Some nursing homes, but there's, less, capabilities there with some of the residents. So why would we want to take out private open space?
Well, the situations we've had was you know, private open space on upper levels, or where it's a safety issue. And so so we would not require that because you don't want to have.
So the private open space would be considered per the unit?
Like a balcony.
For a unit of open space, but it would not still have, you would still have them some open space for the overall facility?
Common open space is still required.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
So the transportation safety, this revised the local street standard width to accommodate pedestrians, vehicles, and school buses. The issue we had in North Albany, this is now revised and addressed in our street standards. Modifies also the clear vision standards, so when you have different sight conditions on curved streets or streets that have higher speeds, we've changed in those situations how we would measure and define the clear vision area. And then we come to the area that is one of my favorites, areas where we can streamline our process and remove barriers to development that may be unnecessary. For example, we had a threshold when you do building additions that were 25% or more of the building, that you would have to go through site plan review. And the standard was it's an addition of 2,000 square feet or more than 25% of the existing building area, whichever is less. That put a heavy burden on small buildings, because when you expand 25% of a small building, it could be a very small expansion, but automatically you have to go through a whole site plan review. So we've increased, instead of 25% of the building, it's a 50%. So it's either site plan review kicks in when you have an expansion of 2,000 square feet, or it's 50% of the existing building area, whichever is less. And this next one removes the requirement to submit the request for a permit extension 45 days prior to expiration date. So basically, the timing of that, you lost 45 days out of the 3-year period in which the permit was active. And so we've removed that. You could, up to that day, submit your request to extend your permit for another 2 years, and we would evaluate that. If it's approved, then it would be extended. Now, this one removes in the code only the requirement for staff to attend a neighborhood meeting. Now, our policy and our procedures, staff always will be attending the meeting. The applicant must coordinate with staff in terms of the time and place of the meeting. However, we didn't want to have in the code that would provide an opportunity for an appeal if for some reason staff was unable to attend. So our intent is always to attend those, but to just take it out of the code that makes us vulnerable to a procedural error if for some reason staff couldn't attend.
Well, the only thing we did do that years ago, though, to make sure, though, that when it came to those neighborhood meetings, that there was the correct communication done at those neighborhood meetings. Because a lot of times it would just be a developer that's doing a proposal, you know, inviting the neighbors,
Right.
but sometimes there's not quite the correct information given out to the neighborhood, and that's what was, and there's sometimes questions that neighbors had that
Right.
staff was able to address. I thought it was always very beneficial when we went through all of those contested type land
Yeah.
use hearings years back. So you're saying that it would not be then a requirement,
In the code only.
right, but you would still try to attend, but then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But then, if there's not a requirement, then they don't have to invite you to attend.
They are required to coordinate with us. There's the other part of the procedures of what the applicant must do is we have in that, there's a section, they must coordinate.
For their
with-
application, then, when they go through that process. Okay, but then they're not required to invite you, is what you're saying with this change?
You know, the way that the existing language is presented in the code, I'm not sure that really is requiring them to, invite us. I don't think that there's really not an issue that they don't invite us. I mean, it clearly says in the code that they have to coordinate with us. And our intent is definitely, that's just part of our procedures and what we do. We just,
I mean, I just remember before we ever put this in the code, it was very, beneficial, and it just alleviated a lot of the councils, kind of load trying to be able to address those neighborhood concerns, because we had such more clear communication going.
what I'd like to do is check the code to see if there's some other language that might provide comfort that they.
Maybe Bob found it.
So I'm not sure I have the exact question, but I think that there's a requirement now that the applicant shall consult with city staff to determine appropriate meeting date, time, and place. And that's not proposed to be
That's not
changed, I don't
changing
believe.
now,
I think it's
so
only
no.
the requirement that staff attends.
So send a mail notice to the community. They must send a mail notice of the public meeting to the community development department. So they must notify us and to property owners within 300 feet, et cetera.
It's on page 39, I think, of our packet. Talks
So-
about 1.203 neighborhood meeting.
If I could summarize it, I mean, I think what the code is requiring right now, it becomes one more opportunity for a problem to occur if, for whatever reason, a staff member didn't make it. And the new, under the new code, the issue that you're concerned about, I think, Mayor, is that we make sure that we have someone there. And it doesn't really change the council's direction that we have staff members at neighborhood meetings. It just takes that away as a reason for an appeal, basically. So.
We're preserving the language that requires them to coordinate meeting time, place, location.
Yeah.
And that they must
Time, place,
notify
place.
us.
So if the council, if your point is that, well, I want staff members to be there, this really doesn't change anything.
Okay.
So
I'll
is that-
trust you, I disagree, because it's mostly when you have it in a code, you do want to make sure that gives us our teeth, but I just don't want to go back to where we were years back. We just had, when we established those prior neighborhood meetings before they actually submitted their site plan, it just alleviated so much contention, so.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and we're committed to having staff attend these meetings.
Yeah, and we
It's-
want to be there, definitely.
It's just in those, rare circumstances where something comes up and, Melissa can't go to the neighborhood meeting that she was scheduled to and everybody else is gone, then we're sort of stuck of having to either hold a neighborhood meeting or just skip it, and then maybe there's a procedural error that arises.
That is a basis for an appeal.
And Councilor Collins had mentioned another option would be to ensure that there's a council policy that says that we will have staff members at
Well,
neighborhood meetings.
yeah, because when they establish it, they should be coordinating to make sure there's staff available for those meetings when they set it.
Right. Yeah, and that's why we have that. The first, the meeting standards applicant shall consult with city staff to determine the appropriate meeting date, time, and place, and location of the proposed development, and availability of staff to attend. So that's already in the code. And then they have to send us notice plus everyone within 300 feet.
I think Wes's point of putting it in the council policy, as I recall, there is a council policy manual, and what it takes it out of is the exposure for the appeal that you've talked about by this amendment.
Yeah.
But the direction of this council to our staff is they attend. They don't have a choice.
Right.
You know, I think the fear is that at some point, staff says, heck, I don't want to go to those things anymore. Council says, you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
They've been
It's
very
a nice,
beneficial.
it's a good solution to provide more
Right.
certainty.
Yeah.
If the council policy manual is violated, we have a discussion with this guy or his
Only
successor.
for 6 more months.
Yeah.
We're going to coin the new term, AW, after West.
And plus, it always gives us documentation, too. I mean, what we'd see before is what was communicated at a neighborhood meeting when we didn't have staff, and then all of a sudden it comes to the hearing, and then the neighbor's like, well, no, this isn't what they told us in that neighborhood meeting, you know, so it's been very beneficial. Okay, thank you, Melissa.
So the next one is removing a requirement for the applicant to provide a mailing list for the notice. Staff always generates the mailing list, and it's a pretty quick and easy procedure with our GIS system. And this is, I think, held over from years past when that was how we did things, and that's how we got the mailing list. But it's just obsolete, and so we're wanting to remove that.
I did have a question on that, as to why the city would want to take on that responsibility. Now, you say that the city's been doing it for years, but apparently it did not.
Who gets in trouble if it isn't done?
Used to be, and it was the burden of the developer, correct?
I think we ended up doing it anyways because we wanted to make sure that the
Right.
list was accurate.
I never trust, yeah. It would take me so long for me to go through and check to see if that's accurate, and I don't trust it. I would trust our GIS system that's, monthly updated from the assessor's records, and we generate that list in a matter of minutes.
So although you're taking on this burden, it actually might save time.
Yeah, and that's the way we've been doing this for many, many years. Well, that's the way we do the business, yeah. Let's see, the next one allows subdivision sales office outright versus requiring a whole site plan review process with notice and like that. It also removes a requirement for a parking lot. And so this is typically, it's a new subdivision, they want a sales office, and these days they usually do it conducted in a model home. And the code right now requires a parking lot that has to be paved and like that, when in fact, this is just temporary and most people just park on the street or in the existing driveway. So we're changing this so it's allowed outright. There's some standards that we would review for that, but just removes that requirement. The next one allows other materials to be used for screening. There's one section that requires landscaping only to be used for screening. And we have a screening standard that where you can use landscaping of a certain type and density and/or fencing of a certain types of materials and like that. And so this just deletes that and refers directly to screening per our screening standards in the fencing section. And then here for assisted living facilities and nursing homes, removes the private open space requirements, meaning balconies, because that's a safety issue for that type of a living arrangement. Otherwise, regular apartments would be required to have the patios and balconies. And for large parking lots, and those are parking lots that are 75 spaces or more, we've adjusted the requirements so that there's more flexibility on the terminology is the pod design, where you have to have at least a clear walkway through the big parking lot, a certain amount of landscaping and like that. We've found that the existing standard for these large parking lots is really rather onerous and has not really been implemented to the T. And so we were just revising that so that it's a bit more flexible and practical to implement, but still requires through walkways, some landscaping and like that. And right now, we only allow landscaping to be installed after occupancy if they provide financial insurance during like the winter months. But what we propose to do is that they could do this any time of year. Sometimes we've had people in the heat of summer wanted to wait till it cooled down a little bit to put in the plants. And so as long as they provide financial insurance, we're proposing that they could do this any time of year instead of just the winter. And we have a requirement right now for screening residential, in front of residential units that abut a collector or arterial. And so we're removing that. They still have landscaping requirement, they still have the setback, but, screening like fences along the front of the road, we're proposing to remove that requirement. And removes the requirement for replats to be recorded within 45 days of approval. That logistically has some problems to it. The plat is not official until it is recorded, but we're proposing to just remove that 45-day limit. And on cul-de-sacs, right now we have a limit of only 5 units on a cul-de-sac, but since we allow rolled curbs on cul-de-sacs, that standard is a bit obsolete now with our current engineering standards. And so, and it's also been a problem in terms of, 5 measuring from what part of the bulb. And so we saw that as kind of a holdover from old standards when we had the curb and gutter on the cul-de-sac. And so with the rolled curbs, it's unnecessary to set that limit. They still also, on cul-de-sacs, though, do have a minimum frontage requirement. So that is a summary of all of these code changes. And the criteria for this one is the same as the criteria we went through before. And in the staff report, we go through that and have found that it does meet all the criteria. We recommend the proposal to be approved. The Planning Commission did recommend approval. And so tonight, the option is to approve or modify or deny the proposed package of amendments.
Couple of questions, Mayor. You may want to divert to Jeff or to Ron, but back on the street standards, that's one of my favorites, skinny streets. So we're increasing the width of the streets for both minor local and network local streets. Are those new standards consistent with the turning radiuses of the buses that the school district came and talked to us about?
I believe the answer to that's yes, but Ron can provide a much more eloquent answer than I can.
But I'll leave it up to the expert to respond. That's the whole intent.
Yes.
Okay.
That wasn't more eloquent.
And second, will we still have one-side parking streets other than alleys?
There's a possibility for a one-sided parking street. The way the current code reads, though, that option occurs at the decision or the discretion of the developer. And for that to happen with these code improvements, the city engineer would have to agree to it. So it puts the decision-making about whether or not that's possible at rest with the city. It's a discretionary decision. It's not a choice by the developer. There are some cases where the shape of a parcel is such, the lot's so tight that if they go with the normal street, they might, lose a lot. There'd be some other problem with it where it might make sense to have that slightly narrower street. That's why we left it in as an option, but we made it the option of the city, not the developer.
Does the code then still allow the city engineer or the public works director the ability to require group parking in lieu of double-sided street parking? Like parking bays?
That's not in the current code, and it's not in the changes that are proposed now.
It's not in the current code? I thought when we were dealing with all the animal streets out on 53rd, we were looking at those skinny streets and saying if you're going to have parking on one side and to allow emergency vehicles, you've got to have an opportunity to have a reasonable number of group parking elsewhere.
The way the code read and what happened on some of the skinny streets that have happened in the subdivision reference, it wasn't group parking the way and it wasn't resident parking we're looking at, it was emergency vehicle setup spaces. And the way the code dealt with that is that the developer had to provide 40-foot gaps in on-street parking that straddled property lines, so that that 40-foot gap could be used by a fire truck to set up and by do emergency vehicle work at both lots. And so the way most developers did that was cluster driveways on adjoining lots. In cases where they couldn't do that, they would end up putting in yellow curb. And if you go out, for instance, Bridal Springs, you'll see a mix of those approaches. And while that worked for fire trucks, as you pointed out, it didn't work for school buses very well. And so we ended up eliminating that, but there was nothing in the current code that looked at creating parking bays for residents and visitors. It was all aimed at emergency vehicles.
I guess based upon the complaints I had both as a staff member and then subsequently as a counselor is when we go to a single-sided parking in a subdivision area, the people who buy the lots ultimately feel cheated. You're parking in my space. Yeah. Parking spaces are on my side and you're parking in my side. Where when you had potential for parking bays, you had some number of additional sites that could accommodate people coming for parties or visits or something. Because if you look at one option of single-sided parking versus single-sided parking with bays, the total number of parking spaces is greater with bays and single-sided. And I would think that we would want to have some sympathy for the subsequent property owner as well as the developer.
In the proposed code changes today, the developer wouldn't have the choice. They'd have to put in parking on both sides of the streets. Those are the default options. And the only situation where that wouldn't occur is where the city engineer determines that the 28-foot street's okay. And there would have to be some special circumstance to do that. And if the site was that constricted, you probably didn't have room for parking bays anyway. So if you wanted to remove the option to approve a 28-foot street, you could do that. There would be some situation that would cause some pain on the part of developers. There would be some negative effect there. At the moment, it's in there.
I'm sympathetic for staff having an option to make those exceptions in unique circumstances, but I'm just concerned about the long-term impact of the subsequent property owner.
Okay, and to Floyd's point on page 19 of the planning file, or our page 56, which is the next page, that shows the narrow street, local street option. And it appears to me that the width of the street shows 28 feet, which is less than what it was before, which concerns me for the emergency. Is 28 feet enough then to allow for emergency vehicle?
What the current minor local street that developers have the option to use, one that's given us problems, for instance, in Ben Woods, is a 28-foot street with parking on both sides, with provisions for emergency vehicle access by clustering driveways. That option's gone. This one that you're looking at on page 19 is a 28-foot street with parking on one side that can only be installed with the approval of the city engineer.
Okay, but it is narrower than what it was before.
It's an option in the current code.
Okay.
With parking on both sides, so it's not but the curb width is the same as what it is before. This one just has parking on one side and not two.
But it doesn't bring up any concerns for the safety vehicle turning and all that sort of stuff?
It's better for emergency vehicles than what's currently allowed. It's probably better than the 30-foot street with parking on both sides for emergency vehicles.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to get it out on the record. Council referred to staff the question of current municipal code, not the development code, having the restriction of maximum 24-hour parking for extended-sized vehicles. it's not appropriate that be in the development code, but did that question go away? Because I never heard it come back to council.
I'm not quite sure I understood the question.
Benton Woods, guy who comes in on Friday afternoon, wants to park his RV to load it up to go camping on Saturday morning. They were receiving visits from our police department saying, that's a code violation. Because the neighbor got mad because the guy was parking his RV there. I think that's a municipal code question, not a development code question.
There's a municipal code provision today that says you can't park a vehicle or combination of vehicles that are longer than 23 feet between the hours of 10 o'clock at night and 7 in the morning.
Right.
So it was aimed at, for instance, semi-truck drivers that would come on and park the truck overnight and take up the whole street. So it applies not just to semis, but it applies to any combination of vehicles longer than 23 feet. So pickup truck and a boat, an RV, longer than 23 feet, none of those under the current municipal code could park between 10 o'clock at night and 7 in the morning on a public street.
I know that was an issue for Councilor Olson and also for Councilor Johnson, that didn't seem reasonable, and we referred it to staff. I just don't want it to get lost in the shuffle here. I think it's unreasonable that we have that, and I drove around and looked, and I saw large RVs. I saw pickups with short campers, pickups with 30-foot fifth wheels. I actually, I won't say where I saw it. Somebody that shouldn't have been doing it and knew better was violating that standard. So maybe it's the city attorney dealing with our code compliance people, but somewhere that issue needs to be resolved.
Right. I do know it is a valuable tool that we do have when some people do fully take advantage of that code, so.
We don't want people to abuse it, but we don't want to, on the other hand, have the code so onerous that it prohibits people from enjoying the quality of life. And, they come home late on Sunday afternoon from being at the lake all day, they pull their boat up in front of their house, they're going to unload it. Kids are screaming, want to put them to bed, they leave the pickup there, they get a ticket.
Well, but they can stay 48 hours.
I think it's 48 hours.
48 hours for loading
Yeah.
and unloading, yes.
Right,
Yeah.
which is ample time, to set up, get your
I
RV.
didn't remember the 48 hours.
Yeah.
And we just need to make sure we don't lose the question.
Yeah.
So the guy who drives up in his semi that's going to load his suitcase in he has 48 hours, well, or not. I mean, if it's, it's the issue that we make rules for specific people instead of situations. And where it doesn't make any difference if it is a motorhome with a boat on back of it, or if it is a semi that's the same width, the same length. You're denying people parking. And why it's denied is irrelevant, it's the fact that it is denied. And we need to make a choice.
But just general observation, I appreciate staff doing this, keeping the list, bringing them all back to us. It is something that needs to be done on a routine basis. Annual is great.
Oh, we have more coming.
Good.
Yeah, we were on a 6-month schedule, and we sort of got hit by staffing shortages back when we had to make reductions, and we're sort of starting to catch up now, but still, it's a big job. And, the problem, it goes back to some of the issues we've talked about earlier, that these are fairly extensive codes. There's a lot of changes that go on in terms of community standards and things over time, and so it just is sort of an ongoing process. And, regulating land use in Oregon is never a simple matter.
Yeah, this package is kind of the low-hanging fruit, and other sections will require a bit more analysis before presenting the proposal.
Right. Yeah. Okay, was that it, Melissa? Did you have more?
I don't know.
Okay. So any more clarifying questions that council has? Okay, all right, thank you. So now we will take public testimony on this legislative public hearing. And there wasn't anyone that signed up for this, and I don't believe there's probably anybody in the audience unless there is someone that wanted to testify on these text amendment code changes. All right, not seeing anyone. And Council, did you have any procedural questions that you would like to raise at this time before we close the public hearing? Okay, and is Bessie still on?
Oh, we lost her about half an hour ago.
Oh, we did? Okay. All right. Is she going to be coming back on, do you think?
I
or
can
not?
call her back when we get to the items that she was
Okay.
most interested
She
in.
can take a nap.
I don't know what happened, suddenly she was gone.
What happened
Oh,
in
okay.
Las Vegas stays in
Okay.
Las Vegas.
All right. With that, I will close the public hearing at 9:20 PM. And council, what would you like to do with this item? There is an ordinance for you on page 37. Would you like to have our city attorney read the ordinance the first time?
Sure.
An ordinance amending ordinance number 4441, which adopted the City of Albany Development Code by amending the Albany Development Code text and adopting findings.
Move to have it read second time, title only.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, second reading.
An ordinance amending ordinance number 4441, which adopted the City of Albany Development Code by amending the Albany Development Code text and adopting findings.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to adopt, and is there any more discussion? Any questions? And Bessie is totally off, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, just barely passes here, 4-0. That's all we
All we
got
need.
left. Okay. Next, I'm just going to arrange something real quick. I'm going to move item E3 up, which is amending the parking restrictions within that area of downtown Albany, so Peggy can just get out of here. I'm so sorry, Peggy. If I would have known all of this would have taken a couple hours, I would have just moved it up for you.
Mayor, she's abandoning us. We ought to keep her clear to the
I
end.
know, it's like, we're kind of being brutal to you tonight. Okay, so council, there is a resolution that's on page 79 with this item, and does staff have comments on this resolution?
Apparently not.
This
So
is-
this does for Novax what we did for Bomax.
Right.
Yes.
10-minute, changes
Ron
to
will come up
10
and
minutes,
say
please.
yes, I suspect.
Okay.
If he doesn't, we're in trouble.
Yes.
Well, I think Bomax was to pick up food to go, and this indicates dropping off and picking up elderly people.
Right in front of you.
Slightly different. Bomax was, the reason they wanted it was to go, the reason
Thank
Novax
you for
wants it
catching
is pick up and drop off of customers. A lot of their customers are elderly, can't walk long distances. They view this as kind of almost like a loading zone.
Okay, all right. What would the council like to do?
Okey dokey.
Move approval of the resolution on page 79.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, okay. Motion
Good job,
carried.
Peggy.
Thank you, Peggy. I'm so sorry you had to stay so long, so. And our city attorney reminded me, since, that I forgot to read the last of the script off of our legislative public hearing. So, a legislative decision of the city council may be appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals by filing a notice of intent to appeal not later than 21 days after the decision becomes final. Within 5 working days following adoption of an amendment or a new land use regulation, the director shall forward to the Department of Land Conservation and Development a copy of the adopted text and findings and notify the department of any substantial changes which may have occurred in the proposal since any previous notification to the department. Okay, we're all totally legal on that one. Okay, going back up, so business from the public. Is there anyone here that wants to speak not about marijuana, any other items? Oh, Ray, okay.
Mayor Canope and Council, my name is Ray Hiltz, 2748 Fox Color Blue, Albany 97322. I was before you several months ago and wanting you to consider putting a gas tax on the November ballot, or measures, or what we voted on. And at that time, you felt that there was not enough time to accomplish it, maybe you'd look at it for May. As I recall, discussions with Mayor, with Corvallis was not really wanting to do it. And that I think she had asked the staff to find out how much is needed to repair the streets. This morning at 11 o'clock, I went on Gas Buddy to find out what the difference in the gas prices in Corvallis and Albany. It's quite interesting. Most of the gas prices at the stations are running 2 to 5% higher in Corvallis than Albany, with the exception of the service stations at the freeway exits. I know that they're higher, and this reflects it. But just to give you an example, even though Corvallis does not have a Costco, the price is $2.09, and that was 5 hours before 11 a.m. this morning. There's an Arco station at $2.09, and then the one on Pacific is $2.15. Safeway is $2.16, Fred Meyer's is $2.16, Shell Station is, the one on Pacific in Calapooia is $2.25. Now in Corvallis, the Arco Station is $2.16, which is on the corner just before you come across the bridge as you turn. I think it's on 3rd Avenue. It's $2.16. Safeway is $2.18. Fred Meyer's is $2.18, where in Albany they're $2.16. The Shell is $2.23, Chevron's $2.25, and also one at $2.29, where our Chevron's across from one of the Arco stations is $2.15. So there is quite a difference in some, like the Mobile, Shell, we are lower. So I'm encouraging you to look at putting a 3 cent to 5 cent tax on the gas, and to put it on the ballot so that we can vote on it. You never know, and don't worry about Corvallis. If they don't want to be involved, so be it. But today's Gas Buddy says that we are lower, and no one, I think, if it goes a penny above Corvallis, I don't think anyone is going to drive to Corvallis to fill their gas tank. Portland, as you recall, voted to increase it 10 cents a gallon. Any questions? So I'll be back to you, and maybe a report from staff will be available soon.
I'm glad you brought it on radar. We've been so kind of diverted off lately, a lot of time spent on marijuana issues. So we really need to get back to business too, and that's where I'm glad you brought that up, because that is one business that we do need to address. So it's good information, Ray, hearing about that, the comparison of the prices. So I think what we were mostly looking at is for the upcoming legislative session. The state level does have a transportation bill. League of Oregon Cities is really pushing on it. And if it looks like mostly within a couple months, it's not going to go anywhere, then I think the council needs to decide whether to put it on May's ballot or say the next November's ballot. But I thank you for reminding me to get this on our radar.
With the legislature being over $1 million short in their budget, more than likely the amount, if they did pass a gas tax, the amount that you'd probably receive would be very minimal.
Right.
So And I noticed Mr. Olson is not here again, changing the subject a little bit. I hope that it's because he's sick and not that he wants to bring the marijuana issue to a vote. Even though I voted against it, I feel it's unfair that he's not here to express opinions of his constituents in Ward 1. So if that's the case, then I think there should be some type of punishment or whatever.
Right. Well, and it reminds, if we do go out to the voters, it might be next to time is to do a little amendment in our charter and take that to the citizens that clarifies who's present is a quorum of the council, and majority of that councilors present can make decisions, so we don't have this happening again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. And do remind me next month that we get that on our plate again. Yeah.
Mayor, we have 2 meetings scheduled already, one in January and one for February to discuss street condition issues.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
Yep, they got
Yes,
it.
sir.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from business from the public that wants to speak, not on marijuana? So, okay, seen any? Council, now we can tackle the couple fire department resolutions, so our fire department can be able to lead. Okay, did you want, we're just going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Would that be okay? All right. All right,
Try to
thank
get
you.
Bessie back on the phone.
Yeah, see if she's still breathing.
Yep, whether it's okay or not.
One of those blocks out, it's over.
Yeah, Lauren, yeah.
Show, that's good.
Sure.
Those other people wanted to be here.
So you want me to leave that for Holly?
Holly said she noticed
That's why she did it on Monday meeting.
I don't blame her, I don't know.
She will be, she's supposed to call in. And if she doesn't, I will call her.
All right.
Brick and mortar.
Is Michael back?
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Okay.
Brick and mortar's great, but it's not gonna be open.
No, tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Folks, we're ready to roll.
tomorrow morning, you gonna be walking around
Okay.
tomorrow morning?
So, next we've got fire department. Sorry, we've really held you guys
It's
a
okay.
while too.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to start off tonight with a couple of introductions of new administrators within the fire department. They've been there for a few months, but you may have seen them around City Hall, but I just wanted to introduce them to you. So first of all is Crystal Bell, sitting right behind me. He's our department's relatively new Safety Division Chief and Fire Marshal. Been with
Try this again?
Yep, you're there. Thanks,
Hello,
All right, thank you. Uh-huh.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's loud.
So Chris has been with our department for how many years? 16 years, and worked his way up through the ranks and is now working as our fire marshal and doing a great job. And secondly is Kyle Romey, our Special Operations Division Chief, and he's in charge of our EMS division. Also came from within the organization, been with the department for 16 years. Look at that, very handy. So also doing an excellent job in that capacity. So they're here tonight to back me up, and if the questions get too difficult, I'll be turning to them for answers. So with that, I wanted to first talk about a fire and life safety fee structure. The department currently assesses fees for fireworks. That's both fireworks booths that sell fireworks in town, and also firework displays, and then for the installation and removal of hazardous materials storage tanks. Those are two completely separate fees, but we have a resolution in existence, been in existence since 1990, that allows us to charge those two fees. In addition, the department currently assesses fees for private fire protection systems, and that fee is currently part of the water fee structure, and that transfer, the funds from that fee transferred over to the fire department a little over a year ago, if memory serves me correctly, but it's currently part of the water fee structure. So our intent tonight is to combine these fees into one fire and life safety fee structure, and then to add a reinspection fee for occupancies that do not comply with correcting fire code violations in a timely manner. As the memo states, our deputy fire marshals go out and they do business inspections. Roughly just under 3,500 businesses should be inspected on a regular basis. And currently about a third of the inspections that they do are re-inspections. So they go, they do an inspection on a business, they notice fire code violations, they write a report that they give them that says these violations must be corrected, and they give them a certain amount of time they must be corrected in, and then they inform them they'll be coming back within typically 30 days to re-inspect and ensure that the fire code violations have been corrected. What we've seen over the years, and with getting more businesses, I think this problem has probably exasperated itself, is that some businesses will comply right away, and when the deputy goes back for their reinspection, they'll have corrected the problems. Some businesses will put it off and put it off and put it off, and the process currently is that they'll then schedule another reinspection, they'll go back in another 2 weeks, schedule another reinspection, and they continue to go back time and time again. And so, like many other communities that you'll see listed on the second page of the memo, they will charge a reinspection fee. And so we're suggesting tonight that we also charge a reinspection fee after the second reinspection. So we'll inspect, reinspect, reinspect, and then on that fourth visit to that business, if they haven't complied, we would charge them then that $100 fee for each reinspection thereafter.
You're showing it on the third reinspection on the page.
First one is inspection, then
Oh, inspection, then re, okay.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have on this proposal. And I guess let me back up. And so this proposal would be to bring that reinspection fee together into one fee, one fire and life safety fee schedule, with the other previously mentioned fees of fireworks and then hazardous material installation, or excuse me, hazard material storage tanks, and then the private fire line system fees that currently exist in the water fee.
I did like to see the budget impact where it says it's dedicated to fire department equipment replacement funding. I'd like to see that written into that process so that we're starting to nominally tip our toe back into doing some of that reserve funding.
Okay, all right. Questions, Rich?
When you're out doing a fire inspection, is this a fire and safety inspection, or is this just a fire inspection? For example,
Yeah, give me an
you
example.
walk into one of my customers, and there is a empty nitrogen cylinder sitting there, not tied up. Now, that is a safety violation, but it is not a fire safety violation.
But I believe that's a fire code violation, that
If it's empty, it isn't.
Oh, I see what you're saying, if it's not empty.
Well, if it's nitrogen, it doesn't make any difference.
Right.
But question is, I mean, OSHA walks in and, okay, it's not tied up, okay, fine, you get nailed. I have had, and I don't know how long, it's probably been 3 or 4 years ago, a customer of mine was complaining that the, quote, fire department came in and hit me because my torch, one of the chains on his torch cart was loose. Wasn't gone, it wasn't disconnected, it was just, didn't have as much, it wasn't as tight as the guy thought it should have been. And I'm wondering, is that is that something that is normal? Or is that something, well, gee, it's unsafe, we'll write it down?
Yeah, I guess the short answer to that would be that when the deputies are out there, they're going to be looking for fire code violations primarily, but if they see other hazards that exist that they could point out to the business owner that could make their business safer, they would take the opportunity to make them aware of that. It quite possibly would not be something that would be denoted in the violations that they gave them, but it'd be something that they would at least let them know.
It was my impression that it was written down, whether it was, you got fined or something, I don't know, but.
Right.
Okay, that's true. Thanks.
Okay, all right, Bill?
John, what was the fireworks stand permit fee? You're increasing it to 125?
Correct.
From?
So the old fee structure that we had was $75 for a booth and then $25 for a storage fee. So it was a little bit confusing for them because they were storing a significant amount of quantity of legal fireworks at the booth. So the fee that we charged was $100 because we would combine the two together and then assess them at the $100. And then now it's going to the $125.
Any reason or any knowledge as to why these fees haven't been addressed in 25 years?
I think honestly it was just something that myself and my predecessors, every year when it would come up, it's only something that takes place for 2 weeks during the year probably, and we just really never even took a look at it. Once we started looking at this reinspection fee, it caused us to take a look at all of our fees and say, oh, okay, look at this, we haven't done anything for many years on this. We really probably need to update this to make it more in line with the costs that we have associated with them.
Well, I think you're being very understanding, particularly, number one, to not charge for the second inspection, but I kind of like what Ashland, McMinnville, and Portland were doing, where they had a graduating scale. Third, fourth, fifth time, at what point do they understand they need to make these corrections? I'm not going to propose that you change this, but I just want to point out, I think you're being very fair with it.
Okay.
John, on the hazardous material storage tank, are these, does DEQ require a permit for the same activity? So is the business being hit by DEQ and then also being hit by our permit?
Yeah, I do believe that is the case, yes.
And the reason for that is?
Because we end up inspecting it. So it's an inspector's time to go out there and to actually do the work, make sure that they've complied with the codes and regulations.
So when DEQ does their inspection, they don't inspect for implementation of the fire code?
I don't know that they are actually looking at the fire code. Do you know, Chris? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're looking at.
They would probably not, because DEQ inspectors would not necessarily, they would not be trained for them.
So if a DEQ inspector shows up and is working with gas station A, how does gas station A know to come get a permit from us?
So typically, a deputy fire marshal is going to be involved either through communications with the building division, the building official, because they're going to come in and pull the building permit. And so they would let them know that, okay, this is the process that you need to follow.
So they have to get a mechanical permit. Sometimes they'll have to get electrical permit. Then they'll have to get the hazardous material permit from us, and they pay a DEQ permit.
Quite possibly true, yes.
Okay. Council, there's a resolution on page 70 for this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So is Bessie.
It's delayed, remember, if there's a delay in the sound.
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay,
She said, okay,
perfect.
thank you, Bessie.
Thank you.
Robert's rules, silence is an affirmative vote.
Yep, that's true. Okay, all right, thank you, Chief. And you've got the next one is ambulance fees, and this would be on page 72 through 75.
Okay, so an evaluation of our ambulance service fee schedule identified the need to increase our fees to be more in line with our comparators. As you can see from the second page of that, you can see where our current fees are in relation to all of our comparator ambulance service providers, basically all in the Willamette Valley there, up and down the Willamette Valley. And then to also assist our department in keeping up with the increased demand in service and then the personnel and equipment needed in order to keep up with that demand for service. In addition to adjusting the fees, the department is requesting also to implement a service delivery fee. And from last year's budget committee meeting, we talked about the fact that we're more commonly going or being called to assisted living care facilities, especially late at night or during the night when they have limited staff on, and they need to pick a patient up and put them back into bed, and they don't have enough individuals on staff to be able to do that. In those situations, most of the time, typically, there's no medical need. It's just a matter of picking somebody up, and that's become a larger burden on our organization. The other thing that we've seen as well is there's non-emergency transport services who they'll staff their van with one individual. They'll go out on a bariatric patient, and they're not able to lift that patient. And so while they're charging to take that individual from point A to point B, home to the doctor's office or something like that, they're calling us to then come help load and unload the patient. And obviously it puts a burden on our services when we should be kept available for the actual emergency calls that are happening. So this new fee structure would add that service delivery fee, and that fee would then be assessed to the assisted living facility or the private transport service. And the intention is not to charge this fee to the individual that's living at that facility or that's being transported by that company. The fees associated with this, the intention is for these to be able to be used to help us with increasing our staffing, and then also to be put toward equipment replacement. Councilor Kopsinski did bring up the fact that the budget impact at the bottom of the second page does say that the funds would go to the general fund. And I did check with Stuart Taylor about that. We do have a line item in our general fund budget that allows us to dedicate funds toward equipment replacement. So we would be able to earmark a portion or all of this to go toward equipment replacement, or if we needed to hire additional personnel, that those funds would then come out of the general fund. So it would give us the flexibility to be able to address the money in both directions if needed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question.
Yeah.
How is service delivery fee different than aid call?
So an aid call is, there is a medical need. Typical aid call is a diabetic call. Somebody has low blood sugar, they have a history of diabetes, family knows that. They've gone past the point of giving them something to eat or some orange juice. They call us, we start an IV, we use supplies, we may be on scene for half an hour, we give them some dextrose through their IV, and we get their blood sugar back up. We provide direction on here's what you need to do. Patient, once they become conscious again, they say, I don't want to go to the hospital. This happens all the time. Well, we have expended supplies and time, so that's an aid call for us. Whereas service delivery fee, the intention is there's no medical need necessarily. It's just a matter of lifting somebody up.
How is it from a cost perspective? $250 for an hour's worth of however many people's time that's not close to our cost.
For an hour, yes, that's correct. Most lift assists are limited in duration. We send an engine on them typically, so it's 3 people on an engine that go, and most of the time it's going to be, a half hour total time from dispatch to the time they're probably back in quarters.
So the $250 does cover our cost?
I think so. I mean, it's one of those things that we tried to look at what would best approximate what it would cost for an engine company for a half hour, and that was the best number that we can come up with.
Kind of an example, I'm glad they're going that route, is when I had my in-laws in assisted living. So it came to the point that my father-in-law, was a heavy man, 93 years old. So when he'd fall, he's just limp as can be. So they would call the fire department. His last month of life was 4 times. But we had already been being billed for the mechanical lift of $1,050 a month that we were paying, but it wasn't working on him. So they had to still call our fire department each time. And so the assisted living facilities, they'll probably pass on that charge, or maybe this will bring some of the facilities up to just hiring some staff that can be able to help lift, their patients.
Well, don't misunderstand, I'm not unhappy with this, I asked for it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it should be higher. Because there are 2 reasons to do it. One is to get our costs in order, and the other is to let those folks out there who are charging people for the space and so forth to reevaluate their staffing level. I mean, if it costs us the same to take an engine out there for someone to lift someone up as it does to go out there when there's actually somebody to be transported. Well, we're charging one $1,020 and the other one $250. Well, gee, how come? Well, while we ought to be good guys, I don't think we want to be the people who foot the bill for a business that they don't want to foot themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking as a guy in business.
Right. I think this is a good start and something to evaluate, because it could be the amount of calls of service could start really decreasing. The facilities might start bringing on staff or doing some sort of practice that they can be able to handle the patients themselves. So it might not, over time, bring much revenue, or could end up looking at, if it's not decreasing, we might have to look at increasing it down the road. But this is a good start.
We are, in fact, having more and more of these facilities.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll say our goal is not to generate revenue from this. Our goal is to change the behavior. And that behavior is to have these facilities and these transport services adequately staffed. And so, my desire would be that just the message that this fee is coming, because this gives Kyle the opportunity to be able to go to the assisted living facilities and let them know, hey, if you call, here's what we're going to do. And my desire, my goal is that would be enough that it would change their behavior. It may not, $250 may not be enough. You know, our rates that we set, as you can see on the second page, we look at our comparators and what are they charging, and we try and get somewhere in the average. This one's tough because there's not a whole lot of departments that are charging a similar type of a fee. If there was, we'd be able to look at that and see where it, so we kind of, if you will, threw a dart on the wall and said, okay, well, we think $250 may get that message across, but the mayor's right, we very well may need to readjust that one.
Yeah.
450
I
is
think
probably where it's
Bessie
gonna
wants
be.
to weigh in. Bessie, are you wanting to comment? Maybe not.
9,
Yeah.
10, now.
Yeah. Floyd?
So if, I guess maybe an example is the best way to ask the question. Fire med, if someone calls for assistance and they're transported and have fire med, that's covered under the insurance policy. $65 a year, whether it happens once a year, no times a year, or a dozen times a year, $65 a month.
That's correct.
Okay. The example is, my mother's in memory care. She goes down, they don't know whether she broke her hip or didn't break her hip. Your guys roll in, they do an evaluation, says, nah, well, it just looks like a bruise. Well, on one hand, we say, transport, because it's under the insurance policy, take her down and find out. Well, we respect your guys' opinion. On the other hand, if they come and give the opinion, oh, we don't think it's broken, then we're hit with a no aid call. Or the facility is hit with either the no aid call or the service delivery fee.
Yeah.
That gets passed on back to the consumer.
Right. So in that situation that you gave, there was a medical need for your mother, was it?
Yeah.
To be evaluated. So the crew went out, they evaluated her. It's not considered an aid call because they didn't expend supplies. They didn't start an IV on her or, you know, do different things like that. And it's not, it wouldn't fit into the service delivery fee because there is a medical need for her to be evaluated.
Oh.
She's got a bruise, she's got, you know, some pain in her hip or whatever the case may be.
I guess where I was going with that is, for those types of circumstances, would it be better to kick the fire med to 75 and spread it over the population, or to have that apply directly to that particular consumer?
Yeah. One of the things that we did look at with the fire med fees is the same thing as our base fee. What are the other departments, those comparative departments charging? And right now, I would say we're very close to the average. There are departments that are charging still $50. I think that might be the lowest. And there are probably a couple departments that are charging $75. But the average seems to be that $60 to $65 range.
That is so cheap, it's not, yeah, it's pathetic.
It is.
I mean, $100 a year is a great insurance policy.
Yeah.
Now, fire med does not cover life flight, correct?
No, it does not. Lifelight and Reach have their own service that you can purchase if you want, but it's separate.
Similar to fire med.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
I just think that maybe we ought to evaluate what's covered under the premium, and what services are covered.
Just takes one call, more than pays for itself.
Oh,
Yeah. And I will say, just to reiterate, we look at what the revenue is doing that we get from fire med versus how much we're writing off, because obviously we're writing off an amount. And when we raised it from $50 to $65 is because those two lines were crossing, or about to cross. And since that time, it's continued to make money for the department. And it doesn't make a ton of money, but we've been on the positive side for the last number of years.
Well, we added to the spreading that, because when my mother was living with me, she's under my policy. When she went to Bonaventure, she was under her own policy, and we still had our existing policy.
Sure. So you had two memberships there.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I do know we still need to keep it affordable, too. I mean, I had a lady a couple months ago call to complain because she had to go to the hospital. She didn't have a supplement. And so it cost her, I think, $375 out of her pocket. And I said, well, what you can, I said, I would recommend that you get the fire med, membership, just in case it happens again. But I said, I guess what you could look at is you haven't had it for the last 5 years, so you just, this is what it ended up costing you. But if it's going to be something, you know, in the future, more frequent, you would be best off, you know, get the fire med. But yeah, some people can't afford supplements, you know, to be able to pay for it. So, yeah. Bill?
I think your narrative did a good job of explaining how all the costs have gone up and so forth. I may have misheard or misunderstood because I thought you made a comment that you were bringing these fees in line with some of the other cities. I don't think that's relevant. I think Rich hit the nail on the head. You know, you understand what your costs are and charge what you need to charge. We're not in competition with these people, so it's just not relevant what other cities are charging. You know, it's more important we focus in on our costs and do what we can to recover. I can appreciate the fact you're not trying to make money on the deal. That's not the intent, but there is that balance.
It's balance, sure. That's a good point.
I just personally, I hate being compared to other cities. I mean, we see it in many, many discussions over the years, and it just drives me crazy, because to me, it's not justification for increasing or decreasing. You know, we don't need to be competitive. We just focus on what we do here in Albany, no matter what the department or the issue is, in my opinion.
Okay, council, you have a resolution on page 74.
Move to approve.
Second?
All right, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
See if I hear Bessie. Opposed, same sign. Is she still there, do you think?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
She must have dozed off again. Okay, so I guess that be silent would be a yes vote. So
Thanks a lot.
she's there, 5-0, motion carried.
It takes
Okay.
10 seconds, Mayor.
Okay, so we took care of item 3, so
Thank you
now
very
we
much.
have, oh, thank you, and sorry, it's been a late night tonight, so, thank you. Next is adoption of the consent calendar. If there isn't any items that need to be pulled off, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Number 2, I'd like to pull off.
Number 2,
And other than that, I guess I'll make a motion, we approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 2.
Second.
all right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, item number 2 is what, on page 83?
Yeah, the intergovernmental participation for purchasing. Is that Stuart, you're gonna take the lead on that?
Yes, he is.
Well, he gets to do something tonight.
Here's my issue. I know that we have used similar services when it comes to buying a fire truck and, you know, some of these other things. I look at, in this last paragraph, office furniture, filing, maintenance equipment, janitorial supplies, et cetera, et cetera. I always believe, you know, buy locally, and then buy in Oregon, and then buy in the United States. You know, your last effort is, you know, you gotta buy something from another country. We're talking about local tax dollars that are being spent to purchase these things, and so there should be some consideration that I understand that, you know, maybe labor costs in the deep south of the United States are cheaper, and so some products, you know, even with freight, might be cheaper. But that doesn't do any good for the people here paying taxes if there's a comparable product at a fair price that's available in Albany or locally. So I do have some reservations about this program, because to me, it's not all bottom line costs. There is an issue of supporting local business and Oregon businesses and so forth. So I don't know what prompted this and what the intent is in future purchasing, if there's some eyes on some specific things or just another tool to work with, or what?
Some background that I could offer, maybe a little bit helpful. Really, the purpose of bringing this forward to the council at this time is because of the larger purchases that we anticipate for the police and fire stations. of those types of materials and to make an additional option available to the city. So there certainly could be preference given under Oregon purchasing rules. There isn't a lot of flexibility on some items in low bid does count, or it depends on how we request proposals for the purchase, which purchasing process we choose to follow. But the intent was recognizing that in order to furnish those facilities, we would like to create this as an option to be available.
So, again, I would hate to see a semi-truck show up in town full of furniture from Georgia that's gonna, stock our fire station or police station when there's maybe not locally, but certainly people in Oregon, to purchase it from. And again, we're taking Albany tax dollars and sending them to another state, and I just have a problem with that. I don't know what the solution is necessarily. I also can appreciate you don't want to go out to bid on every purchase you make, and there are costs involved in that as well as delays in the purchasing and so forth. I guess, if there's some assurance that there is consideration for local and state of Oregon purchasing.
Bill, I think one thing you could do, I don't know, it sort of depends on what level of assurance you want, but certainly directing staff to look locally, which I think we try to do. One of the first concerns we normally have is how much are things going to cost, particularly when we're working on a tight budget. And that's why we use, not just this, but we use other national purchasing co-ops. I've forgotten how many we have approved over the years, but there's been a number. But if the council, says, hey, we want you to focus first on local purchases where possible, where you're not going to be causing, a dramatic increase in costs, that's just direction to me and to the rest of our staff that we should be doing that, which we can do.
Another example is I don't think we're going for any LEED certifications on either building.
No, we're not.
But part of the LEED certification process is how far away does the product come from? Because again, they're looking at transportation costs, fuel costs, greenhouse gases, et cetera, et cetera. So they recognize that it isn't just bottom dollar, there's some other benefits to buying locally or as close as you can. So Rich made a good comment. We're looking at Dave Clark Path that, gee, somebody could weld up these poles and powder coat them and we could make our own light poles.
For a whole lot less money.
The next step is they may have come from Visco down in Eugene. I'm not sure where they came from. But the next step is, someplace back east. So you just can kind of see an example of how it ratchets up like that.
Well, that's an issue that I've had over and over. When we take millions of dollars from our taxpayers, and it's easier because we have a pathway to buy something. And those pathways, many times, I'm part of buying groups. Those pathways have to do with standard products from the same people that the guy in Tuscaloosa gets it from. But I get a better deal because I'm part of that buying group. But if it's a national program, it leaves out the local guy. Many times, it's the same product from the same place, and you get a better deal because it's being sold to a school or a municipality or something like that local people have the ability to do if they just know about it. So, I'm with Bill with the idea whenever it's possible, it's easier maybe to get it the easy pathway, but the taxpayer, might be able to have a job because we're spending money local.
But Jim has warned us several times that you can't give preferential based upon geography. You can either use some of these groups, or you can open it up as a competitive bidding process where we advertise. And if 3 people local and somebody from Eugene and somebody from Vancouver all respond to the advertisement, then we're pretty well stuck with going with low bid that meets the standards.
Well, and I appreciate that. There are some thresholds, and I don't know if it's $5,000 or whatever it is, but without having more information, a guy could get on there and say, hey, look, here's a case of paper towels for $30, they'll ship to us from Georgia. Well, wait a minute, I mean, you can buy paper towels locally, why in the world did you buy them from Georgia? Now, that's just a hypothetical example, but that is an example of my concern with this.
That isn't what bothers me. What bothers me is when I am a person who is going to specify something, and I have a salesman walk in, like maybe I might walk into a welding place, and I say, this thing is the best thing since sliced bread, and that's what gets specified. What gets specified is the product, not the, what gets specified is the product and the nomenclature and the size and shape that this company has, instead of, we need a welding platen. We get the Acorn welding platen because it has this size, you know, and sometimes that's what excludes the local people.
Okay, I don't think we're going to resolve any of
No,
this
we're not.
tonight, but we do have in front of us, Bill, would you like to proceed forward with that intergovernmental
I'm not
participation
gonna make a
agreement?
motion, no.
You're not going to make a motion? Is there going to, somebody make a motion to approve it?
Move to approve.
I would second it for it to a vote.
Okay. Is Bessie still online?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that was a quick response. Okay. So there's a motion and a second, and I don't think we need any more discussion. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay, I think it passed 4-1.
No, but it did.
Okay.
I grumbled.
All right, thank you, Stuart. All right, good discussion. I think it's more something at a work session we should probably be able to take up sometime. All right, we have some awarding of bids, and this is on,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Never mind.
what's that? Okay. This is on page 102, and this would be the tree maintenance services contract. Do you have any questions of Ed?
Just one quick question, were all of the bidders from Albany?
No.
Okay.
Okay, and have you used R&R Tree Service before on anything?
We haven't used them as a matter of contract. We used them for specialized services in the past, and they're quite a reputable company, but they're out of Salem.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are also, in this case, the lower bid. We have been using Buena Vista Arbor Care for quite some time, several years,
Yeah.
and their prices this time around went a
That was
lot
with
higher than they.
Chorax or something like that?
Shorack? No, we've never used Shorack for tree services, they're mowing
Oh,
services.
mowing, okay,
Yeah,
there- yeah.
we contracted with them.
Yeah.
Where's Buena Vista from?
Buena Vista.
Buena Vista.
The only thing with Buena Vista.
Kind of Salem on the other side.
They do.
I know where it is, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do support a lot of
Huh?
local events. They do
This side of
contribute to
Salem.
our river rhythms.
You know,
Yeah.
this is sort of a continuation of the discussion we just had.
Here.
You know, we're required by certain processes to, and we're following them.
Yeah.
And we don't spend more money just because. We try to spend as little as possible and achieve the specs that we put out to bid, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it is unfortunate because probably pretty much the difference there we would be getting back from Buena Vista in contributions for events, but.
Yeah, and unfortunately, though, Mayor, we can't take that
I know
into
it.
account. There's
I
no
know.
quid pro quo, so.
That's too bad.
No,
So.
you can't take it into account. I understand.
Yeah. Okay, all right, council, what would you like to do with that item?
Move to approve.
Second?
All right, a motion's been made in a second. Any discussion?
I think we just, after all the years of service from Buena Vista, have Wes send them a letter saying we appreciate your contribution to this community and look forward to continue to work with you when we can.
Believe me, those conversations are going on.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm having conversations also, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because these guys, I don't know what R&R does, but Buena Vista responds in the middle of the night, stuff's down, you call, they come. You can't put a dollar value on that.
Well, we expect that from any contractor that secures the award. So it's included in the specs. There's a response time. If you don't achieve it, you fail, and we move on to someone else. That's the bottom line.
So there's a
We're
performance.
pretty demanding. There's a performance requirement here. So,
Yeah.
They just did a great job.
I know.
They staffed our tree.
I wish their prices had been lower this time around. but-
Well, they helped formulate all the work in the tree commission for years.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and for
I know
some for
Vernon.
schools.
I know Vernon, so.
Right, and we still use them with the Albany Partnership. We've had quite a bit of, on the properties, have had quite a bit of trees that have been dying and causing problems, so, yeah, they've been very good, but, yeah. Okay, so there's a motion on the table, second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bessie, was there an aye?
Aye.
Okay, all right. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Okay, next, Kara Street improvements, and it's like, Lori and then Chris, you guys have been waiting a long time. I apologize for all staff having to stay a while tonight.
That's okay. Okay, so good evening. Staff is recommending that the council award a contract in the amount of $741,697 to Pacific Excavation from Eugene, Oregon for construction of the first phase of the Kara Street Improvement Project. And it includes 3-inch asphalt grind inlay, new sidewalks, curb and gutter, street trees, and then curb extensions will be constructed to accommodate the back and diagonal parking. And the project also includes construction of a 12-inch ductile iron water line. And we're coordinating with the Albany Carousel folks to minimize the disruptions to the carousel once the larger phase 2 of the Kara project is underway. So we're recommending award, and then we have a second piece. In addition to recommending award, we'd also like to ask the council to increase the contract amount by $75,000, which we estimate will cover the cost of adding decorative lighting on First Avenue and Washington Street along the carousel's frontage, as discussed on Monday's work session. And it would be understood that the $75,000 would only go towards those lighting additions. And assuming that the Kara board decides in favor of it at the January Kara meeting. And we want to ask for the increase now, so we don't need to come back in a month or two to get the approval for a change order, since this will bump it over the 10% amount right out of the gate. And we'll bring a more accurate figure to the Kara meeting next month, but we estimated 75,000 as a good starting point.
As a point of clarification, we're not increasing the contract amount with Pacific through this action tonight. What we would be doing is increasing council's authorization to execute that change order and not have to come back and take an additional step beyond going to Kara in January.
So, I might have missed it, reading through it, but where you have down for Schedule A, the subtotal, and then you've got B, which part is A? Is that the street or the water, and which part's B?
A is the street work and B is the water line.
Okay, I didn't know if I found the difference on that, but thank you for clarifying that.
So the mayor says the water line improvements, that's only item B on part 2?
The water line is covered under Schedule B, the contract.
Over in there, on this side.
Okay, council, what would you like to do with this item?
I would recommend award to Pacific Excavation in the amount of $741,697.25 and authorize the increase of the potential $75,000 subject to Kara approval.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made in a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Bessie, we didn't hear you.
I said aye.
Aye, okay.
Tell Lori to wake up.
Okay, motion carried. All right, thank you, and
Thank you.
sorry again, you had to stay a while. So, okay, next is the marijuana tax collection agreement. This is on page 108, and I'll entertain a motion unless you got questions from Stuart.
Move to approve. Second.
All right, any discussion?
The only question
Yeah,
I
Bill?
had is, I think it probably makes sense. I don't know that there's really any other options. I mean, it would be pretty laborious for the city to try and do this.
There's no other good options.
Yeah.
There are other options.
What caught my eye was all the fees and charges that the state has, but again, we probably don't have any real viable other options. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, we heard you good that time, Bessie.
She's talking before we
Okay,
finish.
next is appointing ex officio member to the Lynn Benton Loop, and this would be Chris Bailey, and she's not here tonight.
I move approval of the requested action on page 129. Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, motion carried. Okay, we're moving right along. Next is city manager recruitment, and so what's been in front of you is the text and pictures to the recruiting process with the CPS HR Consulting. And David's here, so you can take it on, David.
So what you have in front of you is a stakeholder summary. If you recall, back in November, when the council met with the consultant, one of the items was that the consultant would send out a questionnaire to stakeholders, being county administrator, and I don't have the list in front of me of exactly who, but school board superintendent, I think Benton County administrator also. And we had the list of people, and these are the responses that she received. So I'm not sure there's a lot you have to do with this at this point. This is more for your knowledge when we get down to designing questions for the candidates and have that finalist pool. You can take into consideration what these stakeholders are saying they would like to see in the candidate. And then the other item is the draft brochure that will go out. I do have some comments from the mayor about the photographs that were used, and we're going to look at using some different photographs and some edits as far as just some grammatical stuff. But if there are any other edits or changes that anyone would like to see, I probably want comments by Monday so we can stay on schedule with having this out and open by January 3rd. That is the schedule we were looking at, is to have the brochure final and actually out published, the job open by January 3rd. So if there's any comments tonight, I'd be glad to take them, but otherwise, if I could get them by Monday, we'd be able to stay on track.
So does our insurance package cover vision? Because whoever applies for this is going to have awfully good vision to read this. It's awfully busy.
I didn't catch the last thing.
It's awfully busy, very small print.
Yeah,
not-
one of the comments we got was just the blue. It's
Well-
just catch, so we'll look at changing that and changing some of the typeface.
Maybe that's one of the tests.
Well, and I think too, the photos that I
It's a
was
test.
thinking of replacing might be a little bit more brighter too, would kind of make things stand out.
I was always leery of applicants that gave me 30 pages of resume because they tried to baffle you with BS. rather than what's really important. While all of these things individually probably look good, I'm not sure it's the core message we're trying to send.
Yeah, I agree. I think the consultant took a lot of those bulleted items from the job description, and they're not necessarily the critical things that
Right.
we're looking for.
Yeah, if that's important, I would attach the job description as an attachment or addendum. We're trying to attract their eye.
You might even want to put it as a link.
Yeah.
In the.
Yeah.
We want someone to say, holy cow, this looks really good. I think I'm gonna look at it closer.
Yeah.
If not, it's going in file 13. Well, in fairness, as someone who sees a fair number of these things, I mean, I get them, I don't know, it seems like every week. This is pretty standard. It's not.
Well, that doesn't say it's good. This is a standard.
Well, the question is, you know, you're trying to appeal to city managers and give them information that might be useful to them and they're making a decision about whether they want to apply. And this is what city managers usually see when they're being recruited. Whether that's good, bad. I mean, I personally agree. I think taking some of the job description items and putting it into, making that into a link would be helpful. Give you more white space and be more attractive.
Question.
Okay, all right, yep.
Stakeholders. I see stakeholders from government, from schools, from the Chamber of Commerce. I don't see any from industry. And the stakeholders from industry, I would think, are at least as important, well, somebody from OFD Foods might be, somebody from ATI, or, well, not Selma, because they're not in town, but, I mean, we're asking someone who is an administrator of Tangent, who, however nice person they are and how wonderful they are, I don't know, but they have a small, you know, whereas Jim from OFD Foods is a guy who has, you know, what, 600 people who are a big part of this community. And I'm just wondering.
Well,
why.
this was the list that the council came up with when we met with the consultant back in November.
And we said, these are examples of the stakeholders we'd like you to consider.
Right.
And the lady said, we hear you, we'll go away and develop the stakeholder list. We didn't give you absolute direction.
Because she was also saying that, well, gee, they'll tell you what they want instead of, or they'll determine what it is, and no, they don't determine, we determine.
Right.
And then we take what they say. But I would really like to see some folks from.
I mean, I could ask her to expand the.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to talk to Jim and any other
Well, I mean,
number of.
you know, people who have been around. I mean, Jim Golden's a great guy, but, you know, he's been here for how long?
We can expand the list.
Well, somebody at Viper maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, he.
Doesn't have to be a huge business. but
No,
somebody
it
that-
just,
But
the
is
people
this
who
sent
know.
out, though, to applicants?
Work
Who
with the
sees
city.
this?
The stakeholder requests were just, that wasn't, they didn't see the job description. They just were asked some questions about, what would
Right.
you like to see in a new city manager?
Right, so these are just kind of asking this is not what's sent out. These stakeholders are not sent out to potential candidates.
No,
Right.
no.
So I don't know if it was really, we could expand the list and expand and add community people all we want, but I don't know what are we really going to gain out of
You
that.
get all the attitude. I mean, the people, we're very heavy on government. People who, when they need money, they say, give me money, instead of when they need money, it's, how can I earn the money? Where do I have to go?
Rich, what are we supposed to do with it? What we get
The
out
same
of
thing we
this?
get with these people, advice.
We can do it. It's
Right.
and it's pretty standard, so I would suggest
And
we.
Well, I mean,
the biggest thing it gets us is additional community buy-in.
Right.
Right, but I also say, if you're wanting to still expand more, then there's actually members in our community that aren't into industry, but they are very good volunteers in the community or involved with organizations. I mean, we could go on and on. There could be all kinds that we could keep
Well, if we're
expanding.
going to limit it to just government people, you may as well not have them ask you.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not
we-
saying government, I'm saying even individual citizens.
Well,
you know.
remember, later in
Yeah.
the process, we will be involved in community
Yeah.
in meeting with the candidates in some kind of open forum. So there will be an opportunity for other community members to give input at that point.
I think what I'm hearing from Rich, and I would agree, is that some input from somebody in the community who employs people and who also has a history of working with the city. I mentioned Viper because we've worked with them once or twice on various projects, and you get some feedback of, the city did this, they were great to work with, they supported my business, that helped me expand and buy more people. We'd sure like to see somebody like Wes, and they can give you some specific areas to focus on that are positives moving forward with a new manager. And those thoughts and comments are completely different than the manager or mayor of Tangent.
Right.
Right, no, I mean, I agree on that, but I would
Perspective.
say if you're wanting to broaden it more, say even people that are, citizens in the community, say somebody that's, part of our Parks and Rec programs, or other community things, but
But-
what they'd like to see.
They're going to be represented by Parks and Rec. I mean, we don't have the representation here from someone who employs a bunch of people. And that is a facet that we need input from, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
We can do that.
okay,
We can
all
definitely
right.
expand the list.
So, okay, thank you, David. Anything else for David? Okay, all right, I think we get plenty. Thank you. Okay, we've got that item done. Now we are to business from the public. So I presume there's some folks that would like to speak. Yeah, no business from the public. So, okay? Yes.
My turn?
Yeah.
Thanks for being so patient.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Long evening.
Long night, just,
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'll just kind of give you a heads up, though, if it's hopefully
Hey,
something we haven't heard before, you might put us to
All
sleep
brand
being
new.
this time of night.
So I've got some maps for you.
Okay? And then you'll need to state your name and your address for the record.
Take this over here. Hope you guys like that.
We can see it, pretty
You can
big.
see it?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sean Amen, and I reside at 2310 McKinney Lane, Lebanon, Oregon. I am here as a representative. My wife owns Going Green Compassion Center in Albany. And just real quick, I feel like I'm getting to know you folks better than some of my family members. I don't know if that's a good thing. So, a little history. 3.5 years ago, your planning department recommended 4 possible locations for marijuana locations. We literally took that map recommended by staff and found a location and a landlord to work with us. It was an incredibly restrictive map. Out of the 4 possible locations, we were able to eke out 1. Fast forward 3.5 years, and as you can see, where I'm at on the map there and where I'm at is an industrial zone. And if you remember back 3.5 years ago, you kind of wanted it away from downtown, you wanted away from marijuana in general, and staff and council compromised saying that this was an acceptable area, one of 4. Now, it kind of feels like a little bait and switch is going on. It was okay 3.5 years ago, but now, with the proposed ordinance that you guys that we're discussing, it feels like, well, it was good enough then, but it's not now because this is rec, maybe more customers, more traffic, whatever. It does still feel a little bait and switch. Now, the voters have expressed their desire in the form of a second overwhelming vote to have access to recreational marijuana. I truly don't believe the voters find eliminating 3 of the 4 current dispensaries from participating in the OLCC market by enacting an ordinance is what the public had in mind as representing the will of the voters. So, Mayor, you can see why some have perceived this attempt to use a simple and reasonable restriction clause in the time, place, and manner part of the ORS as a deliberate attempt to go against the will of the people. So, if I can bring your attention to the map, this is our lot 1420. The southwest corner of the lot being right here, of the property sits across the 5-lane highway, and therefore passing this ordinance would eventually put our business out of business for the fact that, and I'm going to draw the line on the map so you can see. That line, as the crow flies, is 287 feet, okay, and a 5-lane highway. So by passing this ordinance, you would essentially be putting our business out of business for the fact that we would not be able to compete with an OLCC shop for the fact that they can sell medical and recreational at the same time. If you have any questions regarding that, I can clarify that a little more on how that would be the issue. No questions?
Yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
When you moved in there?
Yes.
Did you move in there to sell recreational?
No.
So you're saying you can't sell recreational, or you can't sell medical when this is finished?
Well,
because that's what you are selling now, right?
Right. Well, the way the dominoes have fallen, if an OLCC shop does open up in Albany, they will have the ability to sell rec and medical at the same time. They get it by default.
I don't know that.
That is a fact. We can look it up. But I've been in the industry 3 or 4 years. I have a recreational and medical shop in Grand Ronde, so I'm incredibly versed on how it works. So an OLCC shop can sell medical marijuana tax-free to any cardholder that comes into their shop. Therefore, by the way the dominoes have fallen, if a shop is able to open up OLCC, they will then have an advantage over our shop, which is only restricted to medical only, for the fact that there will be a patient that happens to be with a friend that doesn't have a card.
Okay.
So
And from
you
that
can-
perspective,
Right, so you can see
so
where.
we're not keeping you from doing what you're doing now.
But in a sense, by allowing another OLCC shop in the city limits of Albany, it would essentially put us out of business.
It could,
Yes, and most likely would.
just like being able to open a different restaurant to someone who was not, who didn't change the way they did business, would put a current restaurant out of business.
Well,
I mean,
you've
it's the
seen
same-
your analogy.
It is the business plan that you had that is now not working. Or it would not work under that scenario.
You've seen the analogy.
But that's not our business plan.
Right, using your analogy, it would be kind of like saying that we're going to allow one restaurant to sell prawns and seafood, but we're not going to allow you to sell prawns and seafood. So of course, a restaurant that's able to sell prawns and seafood, plus everything that we're selling at our restaurant, is kind of the same analogy. So it's apples and oranges, really.
No, it isn't. It is a different number of people, which cause a different amount of traffic on the highway, which means there are going to be a need for more parking, which means there's a need for a different system.
Right, and I believe the city manager had brought that up at the last meeting, how we do play along just as any other business regarding those issues.
Okay, so, so, Mr. Amon, there's one thought here. There's been sort of discussion, and it looks like maybe we would not do changes to the recreational dispensaries on changing the language of how we measure the 300 feet from residential. So, but it looks like we've got a counselor missing, and so we might not be able to get that.
Hey, I think we got 4 here tonight. I think we can maybe come up with something.
So-
You guys got a lot of business passed today.
So,
Good job.
but in other words, if we can't get anything accomplished tonight, our existing ordinance, which was passed a year ago, is the 300 feet from residential. So, but some counselors are not wanting any restrictions whatsoever across the board on anything.
Well,
And that's the
I'm sure-
part that we've already kind of trying to compromise, some are
Sure,
not wanting
sure.
to. So.
Well, I've got a compromise in here too as well. So I hope you guys understand that by allowing an OLCC shop in the city limits of Albany and restricting us from selling recreational, being an OLCC shop, they would have a huge advantage over our store for both medical patients and recreational patients. Okay? So I just really wanted to make that clear. Okay? So the 13 feet, by the way, that we're talking about on this 287 feet, that we fall short, would cause our business to fail, terminating 13 jobs, 1 job for every foot. So I implore you to add a variance for our business or give us some assurances that you will not enact any legislation that would put us out of business. I have a question for the city attorney. We are now on our 23rd day of waiting for our land use applications to be signed. There is nothing prohibiting the city from signing it now.
So-
Is there any idea when we can expect to receive them?
So, Sean, usually when it's business from the public, you're to be addressing the
Okay.
council, and then it's not to be getting legal advice.
Is that an option? Is that an option to ask a question?
You can ask me a question, but
Okay.
it's not a...
Ask you the question?
You're not to be using this forum for legal advice from our city attorney.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get an answer on that question. So if you do have, or anybody has the answer, that would be great.
Yeah.
So, back to the map. I believe the council and the public should be aware of a conflict of interest by one of the council members. There's a council member that lives at the end of our short dead-end street.
That would be me.
And this line here, to this line,
I'm not sure if it's 429 or 422, but in the way that we have measured this distance, the council member lives at the short end of the dead-end street. They live above a shop, either 1429 or 1422, putting it closer to our business than the one property that is in dispute or discussion across the 5-lane highway, making it a clear conflict of interest. I would respectfully ask said council member to recuse themselves or implore the council as a body to ask for him or her to abstain from any discussions regarding this ordinance.
So, Mr. Amon, conflict of interest, you need to look up conflict of interest law when it comes for city councilors. So, you're going down a path that isn't going to go anywhere, so let's just proceed on, please.
Well, I would request that to throw out this ordinance if he or she participated in drafting it. Is there a process in place to challenge a council member if there is a conflict of interest? Thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing your assurances regarding the survival of our small business.
So usually when it comes to conflict of interest for elected officials, it's usually over a financial, if they got a financial gain in a certain decision being made. There's no financial gain any one of us have on any of this decision over where, how do we regulate dispensaries or not, so, yeah.
Mayor?
On that.
Let's be clear, the only thing I've ever done is drive past his place, and I've gone past it no less than 5 times, and I have 3 of them with pictures showing his main door open, which is a violation of rules. Supposed to not be able to look in and see anything. And a 12-foot or 10-foot wide or whatever by 12-foot tall being wide open, I think is a conflict of the rules. Now, if that's a conflict, okay, I understand. If there is a counselor with a conflict here that has a monetary conflict, I don't know, but the closest thing there would be is my colleague to the left here, who seems to speak for the marijuana people. I don't.
Well, let's not go down that path.
Well, actually, you would have to drive by my place every day, wouldn't you? If that's the only way you can get out from your residence?
Yeah.
So when you say 4 or 5 times, you
4 or
meant to
5
say
times,
that
and it's
you,
not supposed to be open once.
4 or 5
No.
times a day, he's saying.
you drive by my place 4 or 5 times a day?
Oh, a lot of times I do.
And the
Yeah.
council doesn't believe that there's any conflict with a council member having a property right next to a dispensary that is being discussed regarding an ordinance that could possibly close that business and maybe improve the value or quality of life of said council member?
City councilors have the right for their own neighborhood issues to be able to voice their opinion too. So we have that. We're still citizens. We have that right.
Okay.
So I had a big power plant trying to come in, behind my house years back, and I fought that, and thank goodness we, won on it.
Right.
But we've got the right to look out for our own neighborhoods too.
Sure. Well, this neighborhood being an industrial zone, because the 3.5-year agreement that you guys carved out, the map that staff had come up with, we literally took that map, and that's how we found this location, was by staff's recommendation 3.5 years ago. And now, understanding, I'm sure you folks understand how extensive the regulations are to run an OHA dispensary, okay? It's more than any other business, point blank, and knowing how restrictive that is, and knowing that there was only 4 possible locations for us to exist in, that we chose this one in a light industrial area with a commercial zoning, okay?
Does not have commercial zoning.
So the way the measurement is off our existing ordinance, you still would be able to stay in that location.
Would I be able to participate in the OLCC market?
Right.
Yes.
Yes, as the way the code is written right now, you would still be able to participate in that. If this ordinance that's on tonight passes, you would not, if it's passed in the way it's written currently. But if it's not passed the way it's written currently, the code would permit you to be an OLCC member license as well and sell recreational.
Because we adopted an ordinance a year ago,
It's
the
actually
one that
about
we
two,
have. Yeah.
Right, and I was here and I remember that. So are you saying that if you change the language of the ordinance, the way it sits now, or you're saying the language that's in the ordinance as it sits now?
The ordinance that's up here tonight, if that ordinance passes, you would not be able to sell recreational marijuana. If it does not pass, there is already an ordinance in place in our code under, I believe it's 508026, that would regulate your business just like a medical facility, which means you would be 300 feet from residential, but you have an industrial exception if you're zoned light industrial, whatever.
I'm zoned community commercial.
You're in community, okay, so, well, it still would be 300 feet measured from your building to the property line, to the zoning of the other property, not from property line to property line. So you would probably be more than 300 feet, but
Yeah,
that's...
from the actual business at 660 feet. And I hate to be redundant, but the devil's in the details. I didn't even know our business was on the chopping block. It was just for an offhanded comment that a council member happened to make during 2 meetings ago when one of the council members asked him, which dispensaries does this affect, this ordinance? And I overheard him say the one downtown and the one on Commercial Street. And then my eyes lit up. I didn't even know we were on the chopping block.
So what I'm proposing, and the council hasn't got to it yet, would be, we need to be dealing with the other 3 uses out of marijuana, but to keep retail, not to do the proposed amended changes, just revert to our original, that's 300 feet from building to property.
Reasonable.
But we have some councilors that do not want any restrictions, so if we get the votes done. So.
Well, thank you for your time.
Okay.
And I hope we can all be friends someday. It's been a very contentious election.
So, yeah, tell me about it. So, yeah. Okay, anyone else from business from the public? Yep. Okay. Another person from out of town.
Good evening. Cindy Etzel, ETZEL, 840 Pacific Boulevard. It is tiring, and I'm sorry that we're continually doing this. I'm thankful that you guys will probably be doing something after this, and it sounds like it'll be advantageous to the dispensaries that are now here, and I hope that you follow through with that. That was the main thing I mentioned last on Monday, was that you would grandfather in the current dispensaries in order to do adult use. Adults have the right to be able to do what they want. They voted it. Bottom line, make it happen. I'm tired. I'm tired of it too. No different than you are, and I've heard it every single time I come up here. We're tired. Well, we wouldn't be so tired if it was enacted in the beginning.
Well, I'm proposing.
I like the
we'll see what
fact that,
happens. So,
Mr. Colburn, thank you so much for saying you wanted to keep the Albany money in Albany. That is so important. I continue to shop in Albany, even though I live in Jefferson. This is my place to shop. I love Albany. This is my first place I ever slept at. I am thankful for this city. I'm thankful for, it's a beautiful town. And this is where I come and.
All right.
You're telling me to stop?
I'm just saying, it's 11 o'clock, we got executive session.
I understand, ma'am, but
And
you
if
let
guys
everybody
want
else
us to
talk.
get it-
Please allow me that too, please.
All I'm
The other
gonna
thing
say-
I want to say is the land use statements that have been in for over 23 days need to be taken care of. Reading the OLLC guidelines, I read them over and over again because this is important to me. Not the OLC, the medical is, But it has become an issue to me because I get tired of people not being taken care of. You're not taking care of your constituents in the way they need to be asking for. So please, I'm asking you guys to be reasonable, follow the OLC guidelines, grandfather the recreational, the dispensaries in as they want. The money needs to stay in this town instead of being sent out.
Okay, good.
Bottom line. And the other thing is I know that Mr. Kidd got a letter from Sean Mishkin, one of the attorneys for one of the dispensaries, and asked that this be taken care of as soon as possible. And I'm sure that the rest of you guys are also aware of that also. So I'm just asking that it would be thought of, done well, and done with the citizens being considered, not the control of the council. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anyone else from business from the public? Okay, all right. Thank you, folks. Council, next is business from the council. I hope there's nothing this evening, unless, Bessie, did you have something? Oh, okay, nothing? All right, so with that, we will recess to executive session to discuss pending litigation or litigation likely to be filed in accordance with ORS 192.660-2H. Okay, thank you, folks, for So now, council, on the agenda is the reconsideration of the ordinance. So this was the one that had the 3-2, needs to come back for an action. What I am suggesting is you adopt the ordinance by, but amending it where the marijuana, amending our existing ordinance, so taking off the retailers, and then, but you need to make a decision on what you want done for processor, producer, and wholesaler. The younger couple that was here in the meeting when we took the break, she was concerned about a processor. They live out of town, and they wanted to move to Albany, and they wanted to do a processing of, I don't know if it was edibles or something, and it was, they were looking at in the industrial zone. So that was their concern on that. So what would you like to do?
So Sharon, under your proposal, you say take off retailers. You're saying do not have it apply to the existing 4 or future retail consideration?
So the existing ordinance has marijuana retailers in it, is already the 300 feet.
As measured use to property boundary.
Right, yeah. So this would be just, we would be amending the ordinance, but we're not amending the retailer part.
Well, it also has its zones, and I think this is what addresses our concerns the other night, is that, you know, where are we going to have producers, processors, and wholesalers? You know, do we want them in the same areas where you have retail? Or is it more of an industrial type activity? I talked to Mike Sykes, he couldn't make it here tonight, but he mentioned as an example, one of his concerns is the butane that some people use to process it, and that's a whole new can of worms. And he said there's not regulations that address ventilation and some other issues. It'll probably come back, and after the first of the year, we may have to look at some additional regulations or requirements as related to the processing of it.
Well, there are state regulations that apply to processors as well,
Yeah.
and I believe that is specifically addressed. Of course, there have been problems, I know, with one legally licensed processor. He's the only one I'm aware of.
And I think we're all still struggling to learn what is the language the state has and so forth and so on. But, you know, I think if nothing else, Mike validated my concern. Maybe, I keep saying, you know, out there, because I keep thinking, you know, the industrial area at the end of Marion Street and so forth. But maybe there's some sense in locating these types of activities in those areas.
So back to the question of the 300-foot measurement, I guess, kind of searching for counsel, are we interested in treating the existing 4 the same as we would then treat any new application the same as the existing 4 and measure use to boundary, or are we interested in going in the future boundary to boundary?
Well, I think we're looking at 2 different issues, like the mayor just said. The first would be if we scratch retailers from this language, I think I can live with that. Then a separate issue is to come back and address, okay, what are we going to do, if anything, on any regulations for retailers? Because I'm looking at it, we got 2 or 3 options. One, we could say, we're going to rescind the ordinance with any restrictions on retailers, and we're just going to follow OLCC. Or we could say, we're going to keep our current regulations that we have that apply to medical and roll those over to apply to recreational.
No, our current was recreational.
Pardon me?
Our current is for recreational.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
It's medical and recreational.
Right.
Thank you for the correction. The third option is to say, hey, this isn't enough. We want even more restrictions on retailers. But again, I like the mayor's approach. That's one issue. This is the other, which was my concern the other night. Separate these 3 activities out from retail.
So how would you do that in terms of the paper we have before us to separate out residential?
You'd have to, I don't have an issue with the residential in here. I think what you'd have to do is some quick rewrite that this language does not, this language does not apply to retail sales.
Which is what my amendment said 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and that's fine. I have no issue with the 300 feet, because the 300 feet in here would apply to producers, processors, and wholesalers, not retailers.
Oh, no.
I was gonna say, the amendment you had 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, as I understood it, was to grandfather in the 4, and it would apply to new retailers, that this ordinance would apply to new coming retail sales. And I think what Bill was saying, or what the mayor's saying, is that this would not apply to any retailers, that the old ordinance would apply to.
So number 5 comes in, we measure them the same way as we do
Existing.
Existing.
Can of kitchen and, yeah.
Any medical dispensaries and
So-
other ones, so.
So Sean, what we
With
would
the
end up doing is
industrial
taking this ordinance
exclusion?
amendment.
With the industrial exclusion.
And
No,
we
I'm
would
sorry,
just-
no industrial. It would be the same as any of the other ones that are coming in now.
Well, and that's why, let's not get too deep in this. Let's take these one at a time, because I think there's some additional issues in terms of retail sales that we experience that we don't want to repeat. Without some changes, I think you could have a place, let's say that take the one that's next to Platt Electric on 34th, and right across the street was a residential. And we go, whoa, that really wasn't the intent. All right? So that's a separate issue, and maybe we talk about the industrial exemption. I see some value in grandfathering in the existing shops, but part of that conversation is, what are we going to do moving forward with regulations? As an example, if we say, okay, the existing shops are fine, but any future shop, this new way of measuring the 300 feet takes effect, I think you could make an argument in court that, wait a minute, you treated these people different than me. Why am I, just because I wasn't here 2 years ago, why am I being treated different?
You'd always make the argument. Yeah, you could always make that argument.
I think, I see what you mean, Bill, and I just think to kind of be more defendable would be, instead of just say grandfathering, but we're going to have the new uses coming in would have a different set of rules. I don't feel that is fair. It's pretty much we're playing favorites to 4 people, and you're pretty much getting them a location that they're not going to comply with future ones and having a better advantage over others. We're probably just best to say, for amending this ordinance is only going to be amending the processors, growers, producers part of it. We wouldn't be amending the retail. Because the retail would fall within our existing ordinance we have. I'm just not comfortable as saying, okay, we're grandfathering in, future people have to follow a different distance rules. I just think, and it's sort of the compromise between a couple counselors that just absolutely want an extreme of no regulations.
Well, I thought Sean came up with an elegant compromise earlier today, and I'd like to hear him explain that.
Well, but to the mayor's point, we discriminate all the time. Think PERS. We have people on PERS who make more money when they retire than when they were working, and then we have people at a level of PERS who have a minuscule amount comparatively. And it's the same, they're doing the same work, and we are treating them differently. We change all the time. We change.
I mean, if the
When
council.
the time comes that you build a house and there is a setback, now we change it to earlier this evening, we changed a whole bunch of rules for how it's easier now to do business. Well, what about the people that we stabbed before? Or now we're going to stab? I mean, we're not always the same. So whether or not, we had a big problem with, and a lot of the problem we have today is because we made a cutout instead of a grandfather. when Canna Kitchen, when we didn't want to put Canna Kitchen out of business. So instead of saying, okay, we're going to grandfather you there, what we did was we said, okay, well, we're just changing the rules, well, so everybody else shows up.
I think the difference is that the recreational sales are not legal yet. So it's not that this group has been able to sell it for a year, and now we're gonna treat this group different. I mean, that's part of my point, is moving forward.
Moving forward, it's reasonable to have more restrictions. No one has bought anything. No one has set up a place. I mean, I guess there are people who just want to have it wherever, and, that's one thought process, but I think most people don't agree with that.
So council, I want us to get towards getting something resolved here tonight, or we're going to just all get very grumpy here, and including me, because I'm getting tired. It's 11:45.
We need 6 Snickers bars.
So
Turn into
probably.
Betty White here, we need a Snickers bar.
Let's just, okay, so does the council want to not do any amendments to the existing retail? Oh, thank you. The existing retail, or do you want to have grandfather in existing retail and adopt the new amended changes? Either or. What would?
Well, it's no and no.
Yes and yes.
So for A or B?
Or we just as soon put in what we already voted on and grandfather the other people if that's what we have to do.
So, wait. So let me just ask this. How many of you want to do the amended changes on retail that has the new language for the 300 feet measurement? Can we just do a show of hands here?
Well, with what situation?
Just for this section here.
You're keeping boundary to boundary for the...
Boundary to boundary for current people or only the future people?
For future people.
Just future people, I'll do that.
No? Okay, so then, are we just, retail will be our existing ordinance,
Correct.
which is 300 feet, it grandfathers everybody in. Anybody new would be the same distance measurements as the 4 existing.
They don't grandfather, they just continue to exist.
They just continue,
It
right.
would be- So anybody coming in would be boundary to building.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the clarification, Your Honor, when you said that the current ordinance applies to recreational and medical,
Yeah.
when it was first written a year ago.
Now, Sean, isn't that what you...
So, yeah,
Yeah, okay. So our current ordinance is for the existing retail, how we apply the rules, the 300 foot. Is there enough support for that piece so we can move forward?
So you're taking item D off the ordinance.
Off the amended ordinance, but the regular ordinance is still there.
so what she's saying, and if I can help, maybe I can help clarify, what she's saying in her proposal here is you remove the retail from this ordinance, and it goes back to where it is now, which is 300 feet, property line to building for retail sales. So the current dispensaries could convert, and anyone else who could now be a medical dispensary could also be a recreational, so new people coming forward. But it would be subject to the 300 feet measurement.
Boundary to building.
Boundary to building, right. And I want to say that was never clarified. When I go back and look at our old ordinance, we have been measuring it that way, it appears, but it doesn't say that in our ordinance, building to boundary. That's how the state measured it, from building to boundary of a school. But we didn't have that written in our code when I went back and looked at that when it was adopted in 2014.
That's why we were then proposing, clarifying it.
So it would be building to boundary, if I'm understanding you correctly.
But it's implied. It
It's
says
implied.
operate, locate, or dispense.
Right, and it says from facility, and the facility would
Within
be
300 feet
a
of any
building.
proposed zoning
Right.
residence described in.
Well, facility, his place is in one end of a building, that is a lot longer. So if you're measuring from the edge of the rental portion of what he has to someplace, or are you from the building that he is in? Because the two are not synonymous.
As of now, they're measuring from where the building itself, so.
Okay, so, see, what we're doing is amending our ordinance from last year.
Can I?
Yeah.
So this is taking this one completely off the table at this point, then?
So
That one-
we're just doing a piece of this right now. I just want to see what we have for support, and then we can put everything into language for a final reading. I just want to know what can we put
I want to hear what
in
Sean's
this.
trying to say.
Right.
So, my concern from the legal standpoint is that if we do not come up with something tonight, the default is we go back to retail being regulated the same way we regulate medical dispensaries.
Right.
And that seems like the consensus is okay with that. The downside to our fallback, if we don't pass something, is that currently, under our code, we do not regulate producers, processors, or wholesalers at all. So it will be, who knows? And we don't know what that's going to look like.
That would be state.
It would be state regs only, and we don't know how that's going to look. And as soon as applications start coming in, if we don't have regulations, the city's going to have to approve them if they comply with our development code. So if there's any regulations that the council wants to put in, we really have to do that tonight.
So-
Or else somebody could.
So I'm going to get to
in.
that part.
And, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that part. I want to just make sure, do we have 4 votes to keep our existing retail rules?
That have nothing to do with this at all.
That doesn't have anything to do with these changes.
Right.
It's our existing 300 feet,
The same rules that we
same
have for
rules
medical.
for
Right.
medical and recreational that we adopted a year ago, this 5.0. Is there 4, is everybody in agreement of that?
No,
No?
Bessie, how are you on that?
not making any difference. Well, you might, yeah,
It might.
sure.
Yes, you would be.
Is Bessie?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So are you in support of that piece? We're not to the final ordinance yet, we just want to get pieces chopped away at it.
Yeah, what, the last thing that was said, the way Sean explained it, seemed to be okay with me. If we, I mean, basically with grandfather them in and then go with the 300 feet. Is that correct?
Well, they already are subject to the 300 feet, so they're not grandfathered in. It won't just be the 4, it'll be anybody who meets that 300 feet requirement. So yes, those 4 will be able to do retail, but others might too, because we're going to use the same standard for everybody.
So how we measured the current dispensaries now will be another, anybody new will have the same type, the same way we measured it.
Right.
So can you be in support of that piece?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so,
Passes.
okay, so it looks like we've got that piece done. Now, council.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to make a motion.
Well, no,
and vote on it.
we'll do everything. We'll now talk about producers, processors, and growers. What do you want to do? Like Sean just mentioned about, we need to get something in place for growers.
So I'm okay with this language as long as we scratch the retailers.
And we can always go back and do amendments if you want down the road to a producer, processor, or wholesaler,
Well, don't
one
you
way or
want to
the
have
other.
a grower?
Well, a producer is a grower.
Producer indoor facility?
Oh, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That would be something
Okay.
to add to this.
Well, producers, now we looked this up. The producers have to have an 8-foot solid wall or fence that's solid, whatever that means, but around their outdoor crop.
But that
It
doesn't
can't be
keep
little.
smell out.
It does not keep smell out. So, but if you go under this particular ordinance, you can't be within 300 feet of residential property. It's basically going to put people out in industrial areas anyway. So I don't think you can be more restrictive than what we have in this and be able to pass
You
it.
can make it inside.
I say inside.
Inside. Because if you don't have it inside, I mean, if you're talking about people out there who have 8 plants and the next door neighbor smells like skunk. I mean, what happens if it's 800? I mean, you're not talking about the same thing. I smell the coffee roaster in my apartment all the time.
From Allen Brothers.
From Allen Brothers. And it's, smells like burnt coffee when they're roasting.
Well, we used to smell the paper mill.
Yeah.
The wind blew the right way.
I mean, you're not talking about a small amount of a problem when you start talking about a big producer.
So the question then becomes, with the second reading document, absent the reference to retailers, should we add an amendment that makes this specifically apply, well, it would apply to those 3, and have a restriction that growers must be indoors?
I would support
Yep.
With
How many would support growing?
with odor control.
Well, I think that part.
Well, but if you don't say it, you can't demand it.
Of it, I mean, there was some conversation about HEPA filters on the exhaust fan. I don't know what.
Growers indoors.
There again,
with-
I don't know what OLCC
With
has.
containment of odors.
We would need to do some research on the building code side of what we would be
With the
allowed
mechanical
to do in addition to what the state has. There's been discussions at the state level that would, their position was we would be prohibited from doing certain things, and we would need to understand that.
But processors are already going to be indoors. They're not going to be processing outside, are they? Or do we have to make indoors applicable to processors also?
I have no
Testing
idea.
is certainly going to be indoors.
No.
I was
You
just
can
speaking
demand
to
odor
odor
control
control, so.
wherever. I mean, you don't have to say indoors if you just demand odor control. Because they have to do something about it, so you can't allow it.
I think if
Having
we
dealt
just,
with odor control at a wastewater plant, I can put a perforated ring around something, and I can put perfume in the air, and that's odor control. We don't want it to go there.
I would say odor control is a vague, it may be controlled to one person and not someone else. It's very subjective, so I think we would want to be more specific.
I personally would be okay with what we previously suggested, with the then inclusion that the other 3 elements of recreational marijuana be conducted indoors with, I don't know
How
what the
about
line.
indoor buildings, so it's not just a greenhouse? Because indoor, like, somebody uses like a greenhouse, and then you can still get the odors.
I don't care what the
Yeah.
building looks like. The
Yeah.
question is, are you controlling the odor? That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's a good point. I used to argue with the state, don't give me specific specifications, tell me what you want. Let me know what the outcome is, and I'll figure it out. Maybe it doesn't have to be a brick and mortar building if you can have security and control the odor.
Right. You can get these metal framed, plastic enclosed greenhouses that have heating and ventilation on them. They use them for growing plants all the time.
It has to still meet any other.
So now, where are we gonna do, so it sounds like everyone's, I don't know about Ray, but everyone's in agreement of growing indoor
I have no
building.
problem with that.
Okay. But what about where are we gonna allow that? For
That
what
was the
zone?
two items that I wanted to see if I'm hearing this right. On the definitions portion on page 3 of our packet item, is we were going to be just eliminating item D. This is the retailer side of this, that's going to be gone. The within 300 feet, because we're talking about changing the earlier ordinance, it would be boundary to building, not boundary to boundary.
Boundary to boundary to apply to these uses is what I heard people say. The three elements.
So the 3 of them, because the retailer is going to be gone.
Right.
The retailer's going to be gone.
So can I say
So
how I'm
G
going to
would
write
stay.
that?
Pardon?
How I would write that, I'll write it however you tell me to write it, but what I would suggest to do is you don't remove D, and saying under the definition, but under F, where it talks about what a marijuana use is, you remove marijuana retailer from that definition, so that if you're still dealing, because otherwise I'm going to have to rewrite the whole ordinance, because it goes on marijuana uses on each one of them. So if we take marijuana retailer out of the inclusions of marijuana uses, and then I can even put something specifically in the last paragraph that says marijuana retailers are exempt from this ordinance, so that there's no question about it if down the road for people that come after us.
Okay, how about the locations? Where you're talking about mixed use, all that sort of good stuff. But the retailers are going to be out of it, so it's not applicable to the retailers.
Right.
We're back to the original ordinance from last year.
Producers and processor growers that are be indoors should really be in an industrial zone.
Why?
Well, where do you want them?
If it's out of you can't be in a residential zone. I mean, that's
Right.
state law.
Mhm.
So if you can't be in a residential zone, where else it's going to be someplace in a warehouse or in a place where you can have a lab.
But most of those are industrial zones.
Could be, but that doesn't mean it has to be.
But do you want them in a commercial area?
Sure, why not?
If you're talking about someplace where you have 3 cars show up every other day, who cares? I mean, if they have to have enough security.
I don't know if they're allowed, growers are allowed in commercial.
Yeah.
Is growers allowed in commercial?
Growers?
Yeah, per state law.
There's no restrictions on growing by land use.
I mean, for the state.
I've been told.
The state rules.
Producers,
Residential.
they're not prohibited from being within so many feet of a residential okay, so what the question is, can they locate in residential?
No, where, can growers be in commercial?
Yes, I don't see why they could. If it meets our land development code, then yes, they could. There's no, under state law, yes. Under our code,
They'd be treated like agriculture.
I don't know, yeah.
Well, but let me throw this out. When this first came up back in our November meeting, I made the comment that, when I look at producing and processing wholesale, these aren't activities that you see downtown. You don't see Oregon freeze dry down on Second Street, processing and stuff. These are what you might think of as industrial activities. And so that's why I felt, okay, they belong out there. Now, you make a good point. Maybe growing could be more of a commercial type thing, but now are we going to have different conditions for all 4 activities here? It's already midnight. That's why I proposed, a couple weeks ago, let's take the processing, the producing, the wholesaling, treat those as a group, and then retail is separate. I don't have a problem with this zoning primarily because I don't want to get that deep down into the weeds of determining, well, where could you wholesale it?
I think Bill's got a really good point. My recommendation to the council would be that you pass the ordinance that includes or excludes the retail uses. If you're starting out at a pretty restrictive point for the other 3 uses because of your 300-foot limit, and particularly when it's 300 feet from property line to property line, it's going to be a lot easier to loosen that up over time if that's what you really want to do.
Well, but if you leave it as it is, okay.
Yeah.
You're right. The only problem is how much industrial land do we have? And do we want to demand that someone with a lab go down and take a piece of industrial land that we can sell to somebody, where that could go a lot of places?
I don't think it's a problem, Rich, right now. And again, if you sense over time that that's something you really want to delve into and get up, look at our inventory and determine, that's something you can easily do. But I'm inclined to agree. I mean, we're at midnight now, and if we try and account for all the different variables we could raise.
I just say,
You don't know what the
if
future
we
holds.
just do industrial.
Somebody could go to Casey Enterprises building and say, okay, we're going to grow it, process it, and test it all in one place, and wholesale it.
Keep it indoors, because I will be at the prevailing wind on that one, so Maryland. So, but I think we're best to do just growers will be producers, processors, indoor building, and then in an industrial zone. If it looks like down the road, we want to change it to and add, commercial, then we can, but there's too hard going back. We might as well just see about doing industrial. We can always look at it later.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to ask this question is, we're going to split out the retail from the definition of marijuana uses. However, on the last paragraph, we have a provision in there, and I think I need to add a marijuana retail facility into this, which says that in addition to such limitations and regulations that may be imposed by state law on marijuana uses, no such marijuana use facility, comma, marijuana retail facility, nor any person operating. And that way they're paying, if you want them to pay the same annual payment that everyone else is.
Right.
So I would put that back in on
Because
there.
you've taken out.
Right, because otherwise they wouldn't, right.
That makes sense. And then
Sean,
you
so this
also-
ordinance was originally written to repeal and replace the recreational
That's true.
language. So what rewriting of this ordinance do we need to do before we take action to make it?
Glad you brought that up, Jeff.
Okay.
No. So this one is supposed to replace or amend what is currently existing. So I'm going to have to, I know what the intent is now, but I'm going to have to somehow make it as a default. In other words, the retail already says how it's regulated, and it's going to continue to say that. And I'm just going to reference it back into this. And so basically what we're really doing now is adding the other three regulations.
Okay.
And keeping the retail as it is.
So do
if I
we
could-
need to meet Monday, though? Or do we need a work session Monday?
Except Bessie and Floyd are gone.
Yeah.
No,
I'm here.
Floyd's here.
I'd like to say, because I'd like to see it in writing on Monday, so we
So-
can sign off on it on Monday.
Well, I'd like to see it on Friday, so we can
Friday.
look at it on Monday.
And that's
Okay,
what I'm
yeah,
thinking,
okay.
maybe the overall, incorporate all the changes in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if we should make a motion to make it clear, this is what we want you to draft up. And then let's just meet Monday at a work session, and if there's any other agenda items that are pending, that staff needs, we can
Because
meet.
could that even be possibly presented on Friday at 2:40 PM as what's going to be happening as an idea?
it's
Well,
just like
2:40 is
that.
my hearing. Oh, you mean, can I propose it to tell the judge that?
Yeah.
I can tell the judge that this is what's going to pass, and it's going to be a moot point. Their client's not going to be affected by this in the first place, but, and I will, although I honestly believe they already know that. And that's why I'm not sure why this lawsuit was filed in the first place,
They're
but,
probably watching right now
well, that's fine. I mean,
for the outcome,
Yeah.
yeah.
If I could ask
Okay.
one quick question, because I really don't want to have to come back and do more of this later. If we're going to rewrite something and bring something on Monday, rather than touch the two existing marijuana sections, the medical and recreational, would it be better to write a third new section that is specific to just these categories, and we can reference it for medical and recreational? Because the path we're going down has producers and growers for recreational regulated, but not for medical. And so the concerns that you have for those facilities would not be addressed on medical should someone want to open a shop to do medical. It's an easy thing to add in here rather than come back later and fix if that's something that.
So what you're saying is just keep our existing ordinance that we have for recreational, that's just retail.
For dispensaries and
then
retail.
just amend this one for, only the growers, producers.
Yes, and it would apply to both.
And that
That
becomes
probably would
a
be
separate
easier.
section in the code.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
now we have 025 and 026. We have
027.
027, which would be the other
Yes.
three uses, and then 30 is the application process.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then, if I'm understanding you, and I'm probably not, you're saying what we're doing now will be 027, not 026. We have an
Yes.
025 and 026, we're going to
Yeah.
make these new three, and 027, and.
And it only applies to these other use categories.
But that will take a first reading then, a different number, won't it? And a second reading.
Yes, and you're gonna need to, if we don't have two readings on that night, then you're going into January, and we're going to be unregulated on these
Well, I
three
guess what
uses.
we'll tell the council is if somebody votes no for that first reading on that, then we will be holding another meeting before
Right.
Christmas.
There you go.
So, or we'll hold it the next day. So if they're gonna play games, we'll hold it the next
So
day.
basically, this one is technically completely off the table because we're getting a brand-new one on Friday to look at.
Well,
Called 027.
it's going to say
It's a new
027 on it.
ordinance Adopting code.
Because we haven't approved this one at all.
No.
No.
This
We've
one's
approved
going,
it as a first reading.
but now it's going away.
Now it's going to go away, come back as 027.
Yes.
But we still have 0526 adopted on the plate.
Right,
now.
026 is, this was an
good, yeah.
amended 026 here, so 026 is still in the books right now. If you go open the code, we had an 026 on it.
Right. But not with this amendment?
No.
Right, okay.
But again, just so everybody is clear. if-
I would leave that for staff to take a quick look at 026 and find out if there's a way to incorporate the amendments we just talked about into 026. Maybe we change the title from marijuana sales to recreational marijuana. Because then you can exclude the recreational retail and still have the other three sections as another paragraph. You can have as a sub 3 or sub 4. Then we don't have to have a first and second reading of something new. Because we're already dealing with 026.
You'd have to, then we'd need to bring something back for a first reading on medical,
No.
right?
Oh, and medical, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Can I make it, I get what you're saying, and I agree, Jeff, we need to do that, but I'm concerned that if we go in Monday and we don't get a unanimous vote to read the second time when we're in January, we're going to be unregulated, and that's going to open up a big can of worms. That if we think that's a risk, go ahead and do what Floyd has suggested and amend 026, and then we'll come back at a separate time and address medical.
We've done this before, bring us two. So one would be using this ballot language on the dais, and then one would be the 027. So if there's any sort of vote no, we'll read the first one, the 027, first reading. If we have a no on it, that stops it, then we'll go back to the other and get it adopted. We've done that before.
That works.
Yeah.
That's a good plan.
Okay? That'll be Monday, but what we need then is a motion to give staff direction to bring back an ordinance to require producers and processors to be cited in indoor buildings and in industrial zones.
Producers, processors, and testers.
I don't think it takes a
And what?
motion, they just,
The testing.
Testing?
I
Is
don't think
that-
it takes a motion.
I don't know
Just give staff direction.
It's just the other three definitions of recreational marijuana.
I think it'd be best if we just got motion and it's on the table and everybody's really clear on this. Just
We've
to
got
give them that
producers,
direction.
processors, and wholesalers that we've addressed. You're saying testing.
Well, isn't that one of the four definitions of recreational?
Let's see.
That's part of the processing.
Okay, got it, yeah.
Yeah,
It is?
Well, it doesn't say that on here. Marijuana processor, individual entity licensed by the Liquor Control Commission to process marijuana. It doesn't say testing. And
Producers, growers, processing, wholesale, and retail sales are the four categories.
Right.
So
Okay.
it doesn't spell
so
out
can
testing.
we get a
Testing's not
motion on it? I
identified.
want to make sure we're going to be clear and it's just on record this way.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's what, Jeff, that's what the voters voted on too, were that same language of those four areas.
The four uses of recreational.
Right,
Yeah.
so, I mean, we could expand
So
the
Floyd,
definition
you
of
wanna just make
processing
that
includes
motion?
testing or something like that.
just get this clear on the table so it's down. So, you can read my writing.
So a motion would be, let me check the language, direct staff to bring back an ordinance to require.
I know my writing.
Wholesaler, producers, growers, and wholesalers for indoor buildings in industrial zones.
And where's the retail being taken out and the boundary to the
yeah.
building?
No, because it's
And-
bringing us back a new ordinance.
And take out the retail as previously discussed.
That just stays in
What
the
about
existing
testing?
ordinance.
Testing is part of one of those.
So they'll bring us
Is it?
back
Yeah.
an 027 that's just dealing with those, because we have the existing ordinance in place.
Well, they bring us back an 026, which would incorporate as another subsection.
Yeah.
What would be 027 if it was a standalone?
Mhm.
And we might have to retitle 026 from being marijuana sales to being recreational marijuana.
Yeah, so is that a motion you're going to make, so we can get this over?
I make that motion.
Can I read the motion back?
Okay.
Please. Sharon will read
That's
it
my
back to you.
You got to read the motion back.
Yeah.
Read the motion back. So it'd be giving staff direction to bring back an ordinance to require the producers, processors, wholesalers, whatever you want to call them, for indoor buildings and in industrial zones.
And to remove the retail item from,
No, it's just bringing us back an ordinance for those other items.
Those three.
We're not, it'll be different. We're keeping the existing ordinance. This will be kind of a new ordinance coming
Taking it
out.
out of there,
Yeah.
taking the retail out of there.
Yeah, I'm taking
Well,
the
you
retail.
didn't mention it,
What did you say? You said
Yes, I
something about
did.
industrial zone?
she
Can you
did.
say that part
Oh,
again?
I did.
It's to be, growers and producers and stuff is to be in an industrial zone.
So we're taking out all of the language of,
Well, I think this
about
language
the
is okay.
300 feet.
I think this language is okay for the location, the applicable
So,
zone.
no, so to keep 300 feet from growers and stuff, to keep 300 feet from residential.
Right,
That's what you're saying.
but that's
Yeah.
not, but that's not what it says now. It says that it's keeping it from 300 feet from
All those other
all the other zones. So are we still doing that?
Oh,
How close were you on the?
Parent two.
well, 300,
What did I say that was?
wait, 300 feet from all the other, yeah, from all the other zones. Does the council want to continue with that language? So it can only be cited in an industrial zone, but to be 300 feet
But that's, yeah, it says.
from residential? or
Well, it
what?
doesn't say can only be sited in an industrial zone now. It says it can't be located within 300 feet of the other 4 or 5 zones.
Right.
So,
Oh.
That goes to Wes's point, that's pretty restrictive now. If we
Right.
decide we want to loosen it up.
if we put that in and put an industrial zone,
Well, it says it can't be here.
right,
It doesn't say it can only be industrial, it says it can't be here.
right. So
Oh, I see. No, let's just make it just clear. It can only be
Well, I
cited in
I think
industrial zone,
what,
yeah.
I think what Sean's looking for is let's not change more than we have to. If
Right.
we're comfortable with this language, I suppose we leave it.
Well, you can bring back, you got the motions, the intent, we just want it in industrial zones. However you're gonna write it up, you can write it up. Is that okay with the council? You know the intent, it's to only be cited, allowed
Give
in
me the direction,
industrial
I'll come back.
Okay, well, here's my,
However you wanna write the language, you can. You're just to bring back the ordinance.
yeah. My concern is this, they're two different things. If we keep the language we're in now, it's 300 feet from certain zones. If I say it can only be in industrial zones, you may have an industrial zone 10 feet away from a residence.
Well,
Right.
kind of kitchen problem.
So, so we don't want, if I just say it's only in industrial zones,
Don't change the language.
yeah, that
Okay,
could make it.
all right. So is that, did you end up making, I'm tired, did you make that as a
I
that
did,
originally was a
you were-
motion?
You were rereading it.
so
I got an
I'll
idea.
read the motion again, and then there needs to be a second.
Um,
The motion, if there is a second.
Yeah,
the
who's
motion is to
Yeah.
bring back an ordinance to require producers, processors, and wholesalers to be in indoor buildings in industrial zones.
No.
Take out the in industrial zones.
In indoor buildings, period.
Indoor buildings, and it'll be kept
And it'll
with
be
this
kept in this language. And I know
We
what
don't
it
need
is, so.
direct, that doesn't
Yeah.
even need to be in the motion.
Yeah, I got it.
It'll be in that language. Okay. So Bill seconding it, Floyd was the motion.
It's gonna be.
Okay, Bessie, you still online?
Yes, Your Honor, I want to say, I hope you have the votes because I will not be available on Monday.
I hope we do too, because we're not going home until this is done. Okay, any more discussion?
Is laboratory part of that?
What we're talking about now,
That's part of.
A labs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
There's no lab language in any of the definitions right now.
no, because the LCC license application has type of license applying for producer, processor, wholesaler, retailer, labs, or research certificate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not,
We have to-
needs
So
to have
we don't
labs in
have
it.
that stuff in there.
then we'll just put lab down as a
Is that under
processor.
recreational?
It's just the recreational
Make
marijuana
note,
application checklist.
Mary, that's lab's still a part of the
It may not be a
picture here.
just have separate.
Whatever it
additional
takes.
regulations.
Can I-
Applying for a license of these type.
All right, now
Belt
what?
and suspenders.
Bessie's not going to be
Whatever
here,
gets us done.
as you heard, she's not going to be available Monday. If Dick's not here on Monday, and we know, and Rich, I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot, but if he's voting no, you don't have the votes again for this. So,
Well, you have the votes for half of it. And, yeah.
My recommendation is you pass an ordinance tonight.
I think you're right. I think we're gonna be right back.
We could go do this in 10 minutes, probably.
Well, and the other thing is that if we don't have the votes on Monday, you go back to what we have, which is no regulations at all. On
Mayor says
three
we'll
uh,
of them.
have another meeting in December.
Why don't we take a
Make it-
10-minute break, let staff do what they're doing, see if we got an
You have it
ordinance
on
to
the
pass
computer?
tonight.
We'll find it.
Well, if
I had-
if
you said
Bessie's
it.
there, you'll have one.
Was it you asked? us to
I mean, we
do it?
can't
Right.
change
Yeah.
much of the language, though, because then we'd have to have the first
good.
reading,
I can
second
find it.
reading, it's gotta
If
be.
we get an
Somebody asked
027,
to send it to
we'll do
Bob
an
and
027.
Yeah.
So that we
Make it
have.
another subparagraph. and-
Make it,
The-
just
the
make a
document
change on the one you've got,
Yes,
so
I
you only
got
have one thing to say.
One of us,
Okay.
go play with it.
10-minute break.
10-minute break.
Don just came back,
It's
so I
been-
heard-
it has been a
it's
long
not
time
like he went and
since
sniffed
I've
the
ever seen
no,
that we had to
it's
go
just
through wrap up another ordinance. I can't remember what it was.
and runs across the street and
we
four
hopefully
or
But if you
five,
think about it, we won't.
4 or
always-
5
even 10
plants
years
in the
from now, we'll
front
forget
door
about
and
it.
Well,
Because
I'm saying,
we
well,
can't
hopefully
remember what the
we'll
other
be
ordinance
talking
was
about
maybe
this
it
10
was.
years from now.
Oh.
Remember that one
Well,
time?
and
'Cause
then
it'll
he
be
looks back
the
and
only
he-
time we
he's
had to say it to
following.
one, right? I don't know.
I've attended many
Oh,
one time.
Right, so we need to do that.
Okay,
We can do
over
that
on
now.
Anderson Place.
We have a pending motion, we need to dispose of that
Yeah.
motion.
So is it
Here is
okay
a-
with the maker of the motion?
Well, you need to do it in second.
Oh, are we back on?
Yes, are you
Okay.
reconvening?
Yes.
Reconvene, yeah, we're reconvening the meeting. Is it okay with the maker of the motion to pull it, if it's okay with the person that seconded it, Bill, to pull that motion that we had on the table?
Yes.
Do you remember the motion?
And we're pulling it for what reason?
Because now we're gonna have
It's
this
a
new-
completely,
Oh,
yeah,
We're
different
going to have an
ordinance.
amendment
Yeah.
Yeah.
before us, that's fine with me.
That's fine, okay, and that's fine with Bill. All right, so it's pulled now.
Now we're waiting on Mr. Blaine to bring the new drafted ordinance. We finished it, he was running it off the printer upstairs, so.
Oh, so we now don't have anything to do for 3.7 minutes?
Well, I could fill a
Potentially.
little
Well,
silence.
just a quick question, then. Presuming we pass something tonight, you will then be advising staff tomorrow to start signing off on the LUCS?
I can advise staff tonight to start signing
To
off
sign
on it.
off on
This morning.
what?
He's sitting in front of
Oh,
us.
today's
so,
this
yeah.
morning.
Yes, this morning.
Today.
His compatibility statement.
Couldn't start
Oh.
on today.
Well, but wait a minute, you don't have any authority to tell staff.
Ugh.
You have to say, okay, fine, and have him tell staff.
I will do
Gotta
that. I will
remember who
ask
works
for, I will
for whom.
ask for the authority to move forward. Oh, and he did make copies.
And while Jeff is passing this out, I would just add that, I had a friend who I used to do construction work with, who would observe when we were trying to get something done that we weren't building pianos. And I don't think we're building pianos tonight. I think what we're doing is trying to craft rules that will basically get us by. It will reassure the existing dispensary owners that they can move on to the next phase.
We'll come back later.
And
So
it will
walk us
also
through what you
place
changed.
some
I
I
will.
know
fairly-
you did it in the red.
some
Yes.
fairly heavy restrictions on the other uses that might occur, and we'll probably need to take a look at those again in the future, so.
So we can go through it as we, are we ready to go? So, as you can see, the changes are in red. And they're relatively self-explanatory, but we are here to answer any questions you have. And I believe, I'm hoping we captured the intent of the council on this.
So I think you need to verbally hit the high points
Okay.
since Bessie doesn't have a copy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bessie, that's true. The first thing we did is I put an emergency clause on the top of this ordinance because we would like this to take effect immediately so that the council can direct staff to start processing land use compatibility statements as early as tomorrow. And that would avoid any current or future lawsuits. The second thing we did is under 5.08026, we changed the name to recreational marijuana so that we are clear on what we're talking about. Under subparagraph F, marijuana uses, I removed marijuana retailer from the definition of a marijuana use. Then when we go into sub 2, applicable zones, I added that it says no such marijuana use facility, marijuana testing or research facility, nor any person, which was the same, operating as an employer agent of such facility shall operate or locate within 300 feet of any property zoned, and it's the same zones as we had before. I added a sentence that said, in addition, all marijuana producers and marijuana processors shall be located indoors in a fully enclosed facility. We added a sub B, which is the exact same language that we have in 5.025, or is it 026? that says retail sales of marijuana, which may be authorized by Oregon 2014 Initiative Measure 91 and/or any administrative regulations adopted pursuant thereto, shall be subject to the same locational limitations and regulations applicable to medical marijuana facilities pursuant to 5.08025, including the sanction for violations set forth therein. That's what, go ahead.
I think she said okay.
Oh, okay. So that's basically just saying that retail facilities are subject to the same limitations and privileges as a medical facility is. We created a subparagraph C, which we just changed a little bit, and it says, in addition to such limitations and regulations as may be imposed by state law on marijuana uses and retail facilities, we wanted to add that back in. Pursuant to ORS 475B, no such marijuana use facility, comma, marijuana retail facility, which is an addition, nor any person operating as an employee or agent of such facility shall locate or operate a marijuana use facility or dispense marijuana without an annual payment to the City of Albany in the amount to be determined by resolution as a fee to defray law enforcement costs associated with reasonable inspections, oversight, and enforcement actions associated with the operation of marijuana use facilities within the jurisdictional limits of the City of Albany. And then finally, we changed sub C to, I think it was sub B, it's now D, which just says that violations of this section shall be a misdemeanor punishable under the general penalty set forth in Chapter 1.04 of the AMC. If anyone thinks that we left anything out, or...
I just want to clarify one point. When you're talking about item B on applicable zones, it talks about AMC 5.08.25. Am I correct in presuming that would technically indicate that because of that year ago ordinance that a dispensary could locate downtown?
You know what?
Say that last part again.
That a dispensary could open up downtown.
If it was, if it complied with the rest of the zoning, if it was within 300 feet of, I don't see how it could under this, but...
Okay, but would a retail store then be allowed to open up downtown?
No. Not under this.
Under the old?
No, not under the old one.
Because of mixed use?
Because it would be within 300 feet of...
You got residential up above.
Well, it's mixed use, I think, was what the, well, when you say downtown, you're talking about like first, second, third?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe...
That would be the historic downtown zone or the central business zone or in
Waterfront.
waterfront. Those are mixed use applies. So they are, they're zones that, these use types are prohibited.
They're already.
So in other, what you're doing, Ray, if you adopt this ordinance, is you're adopting the same rules that you adopted for medical marijuana facilities.
How we measure it?
But we're not allowing any retail in commercial type zones then?
No, that's not true. You're not allowing them in the specific zones that are laid out in the ordinance here. And it's the same as the rules that you established for medical marijuana dispensaries.
On the recreational.
I mean, you currently allow medical marijuana facilities in commercial zones. For example, the ones on Highway 97, the one that's adjacent.
If we want to change the way we measure for those.
97 St. Matters.
Even if the ordinance didn't pass, if you were left with the existing language, it still wouldn't be allowed downtown.
Right. Because the existing language, again, mirrors the requirements that you placed on medical marijuana facilities.
These, and they're gonna still have to be 300 feet.
Who?
These will still be 300
So
feet.
is what you just read, Sean, does that constitute the first reading?
No, you've already had the first reading because these are amendments to that ordinance.
Right, so I'll make a motion, the ordinance be read a second time in title only.
Is not subject.
Second.
Hey, Sean.
Sean.
Why?
A motion has been made, Mayor. A motion's been made to read it a second time.
Okay, it's already been
Bill just made a
This
motion.
is,
Well, to read it a second time.
Oh, we don't need to, or do we?
you don't need to vote on it.
Declaring.
Isn't this
We've already
the
read
same thing that
the
we
same
did
ones
before?
we
Yeah,
already
and
we
read.
it's been
don't need a
changed?
second reading.
We just need to,
Vote
we're
on it.
just,
Yeah.
You
yeah,
just need to do the second reading.
yeah,
Yes.
because we had already voted.
Oh, you're
We just
right.
need some
This
clarity.
was-
So did somebody just
In
make a
essence,
motion
this
to
was the
approve?
second reading.
So,
Okay,
Okay.
ignore that.
the measurements now, so the measurements now for this applies to everything except retailers.
So I'll make a
Retailers will
motion
fall
for
under the
adoption
old
of the
measurement.
ordinance.
Okay,
Second.
gotcha. That's what I wanted to clarify. So this will end up being for producers.
Processors and wholesalers.
processors, And then the zoning allowed only for producers and processors will be industrial.
No.
There's a motion and a
It'll
second on
be-
the floor,
It'll be
Mayor.
within 300 feet. It has to be at least 300 feet out from those other zones.
Okay, so weren't we wanting to have the producers and processors, all of that, only in industrial zone, but to be 300 feet from these other zones? Or not?
Not.
No.
Okay.
I think this is more restrictive.
It actually is.
So
Okay.
there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, hang on, I'm still wanting to get this figured out. Okay, so there's a motion. Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay. And then who did the second?
I did.
Lloyd? Okay, discussion. I got a discussion. I
So
gotta
the,
clarify something here.
the
Yeah.
four existing dispensaries, or three of the existing dispensaries would be able to convert to retail if they so desired,
Yes.
okay? Places would be able to come in under any of the zones that dispensaries would have been
Yes.
able to.
Yes.
Under the same measurement
requirements as-
But we're,
Yes,
the
and-
retailers would be boundary to building, not boundary to boundary.
Yeah.
Correct.
Original. With it being undefined, couldn't we interpret it to be the same as this, so we don't have two measurement
It's not,
processes?
though.
It's not two measurements.
Okay.
We measure the processors, wholesalers, and producers under a different criteria under this code. We took the retailers
Yes,
and
thank
put
you.
them into the other one.
I'm getting tired too.
I know.
Okay, I still need you to clarify here on this, the zoning, how you wrote that up.
So we didn't change the zoning.
So for producers and processors, what zone can they go in?
They have to be 300 feet or more away from those five existing zones. So office, was it office, professional, residential?
Mixed-use,
commercial?
residential.
Yeah,
We would go in any zone that the development code allows them to.
right. If there
Well,
was.
there's
That's
one-
additional layer, exactly.
There's one grow operation down at the end of Fescue that wants to go in. It's 300 feet right on the button, and that would be okay then.
300 feet, and it's what zone? Industrial?
Fescue, yeah, would be light industrial.
Is it going in for retail?
No, no growing, indoor growing.
So wait, so then this would be allowing it in regional commercial and community commercial, if they're 300 feet?
From a
Well,
residential.
community
From a
commercial,
residential.
they probably wouldn't be 300 feet away though, wouldn't they?
Right.
It would be pretty hard to be 300 feet away from all those other zones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, all right. Do we have it?
We have a motion and a
We're
second.
not missing anything?
Question.
Hmm?
I'm calling for the question.
Okay.
The motion is to adopt the amended ordinance on the dais. It has been first and seconded.
Okay. Bessie, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, we are ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Yahoo. It passed, so 5-0.
At 12:55.
It just
Oh,
didn't get
at
not passed.
12:55 PM.
AM now.
Oh, AM.
But it counts as an
AM.
affirmative vote.
Oh my gosh, it's about the
Yeah, but
longest,
it was-
I think almost second longest I've ever had in a council meeting in 20 years. Okay, with that, next meeting, are we gonna meet the 12th? We don't need to. We will see you next year.
So